Get in, losers. We're going to Mega Planet. Let's set the scene, shall we? Because some of the players of this game have this as their first experience with Palladium Rifts, and especially for chat, as this is a game but also a live show, I wrote a little intro course to the setting and the world of Rifts for a little perspective. Welcome to Rifts. The planet is Earth. The year's 110 PA, as in post-apocalypse. Tech level and general look and feel is a chaotic combination of the 1980s and the 2180s. It's got both 80s. Sincere and satirical. Silly and serious. But most of all, it's just excited to tell you about itself. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the undoubtedly amateurish exclamation points in the rules text. Sometimes 2 in a row. I've heard legends of 3 or 4, though you got well over 50 source books to search through to find them. If having that much background, locations, bonus rules, gear, and classes sounds fun to you, then you are my people. The improper exclamation point is a microcosm of Rifts. Stupid but awesome. Broken. Comprised almost entirely of homage and ripoff. but disarmingly endearing. It's everything cool the writer's ever heard of, at the same time. As for the setting, in 2189, thousands of portals opened across the globe from a worldwide surge of magical ley lines and nexus points, out of which sprang forth crazy shit, and caused equally crazy natural disasters. Volcanoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, massive ley line storms thousands of miles wide, EMP waves that rolled from coast to coast knocking out tech, just pure cataclysm. On top of that, most of the portals are connected to the real hell, filled with demons. Their legions fought a reeling and disrupted Golden Age 22nd century humanity. Field armies of 10-foot-tall chromium guardsman power armor suits, with railguns and American flags, versus millions of demons. By the time the pace of new portal events slowed down, it was essentially a draw, with humanity earning a Pyrrhic victory in that they technically didn't go extinct over radioactive rubble. Society had collapsed. What followed was a 200-year nuclear winter dark age, with the remnants consolidating, fighting for survival against leftover demons and horrors from the rifts, forming population centers, and intermingling with the new influx of all manner of dimensional beings, or DBs. As not all of those that came through the rifts, especially later on, meant harm. The vast majority didn't even arrive on purpose. And during this and future periods, demon rifts became comparatively rare, although still the most common possibility amongst all possibilities. They came from other dimensions, planets, timelines, and time periods, plucked from their worlds and thrown into this one. Elves, dwarves, and aliens, even specific people. King Arthur, Mad Max, Baba Yaga, Loki, Vishnu, Miyamoto Musashi, the real four horsemen of the apocalypse. They're in Africa right now. Anyway, Atlantis, vampires, dinosaurs, Tyranids, and Terminators. Basically every myth and legend is real. 3/4 of them want to kill you. At the time my game takes place, roughly 1:15 PA, Rifts is post-apocalypse. It's been long enough now that the rebuilding and reconnecting phase is well underway. There are countries and nations, industry and international trade, but only just barely. World peace ain't happening anytime soon. Bandit kingdoms, warlords, private military companies are major powers the world over. Probably the biggest category of economy. Full coverage for highways and the internet is still mostly a pipe dream, but now they're working on it. There are islands of civilization separated by irradiated no man's lands, alien terrain, superflora wilderness, towns and even cities that may well have been entirely rifted in, along with the ground they were built on, such as Atlantis and the City of Brass. Deific millennium trees 20 miles wide that stretch all the way up to mid-stratosphere. There's weird-looking mutants that are actually harmless, just trying to farm up some good qual CRISPR seeds, my guy, but also nearly identical-looking ones that are nightmare creatures that feed on human spinal fluid. Well, how do you navigate that very pickle while also trying to survive? Great question. And if your answer is anti-magic human supremacist fascism, let me introduce you to the coalition states, the foremost driving force of human civilization in former America, if not all of Rift's Earth. Their territory covers about 6 states of the former U.S. Much of North American politics and influence are determined by, for, and against the CS in its quest for absolute dominance. It's a damn shame they went the fascism genocide route, beside the obvious horrors of both, because after the Dark Age, the world really needed a hero. They found themselves in about the perfect position. Great resources, leftover infrastructure technology, surrounded by potential allies. Diplomacy, democracy, and incorporating the powerful goodly DB races and magic into their culture and military could very well have been the strong and benevolent leadership that the continent needed to not only survive but flourish. But Emperor Prozac was much more interested in absolute power, and the population was frightened enough to swallow whatever propaganda he fed them. In other words, I'm from Buenos Aires and I say kill 'em all won the debate. Maybe it's all just proof that the Dark Age was not quite ready to end. But inch by inch, we've been crawling our way back, in no small part due to those leftover super soldier technologies from the Golden Age, plus whatever new ones we can get our hands on to beat the demons back. Rediscovered, reverse engineered, or invented. Juicers, crazies, power armor and magic, laser weapons, psionics, cyborgs, genetic engineering, mech warriors, and alien technology. Each one powered by bravery and heroics. But also millions of credits. cancer-causing radioactive ammunition, dark pacts with otherworldly powers, mental instability, loss of humanity, or a 5-year lifespan until your heart audibly explodes from burnout. Hey, there's always a catch. But you did it anyway, so that your children, your children's children can live in peace and prosperity. Someday they'll look back and think that you became a monster in order to fight the monsters, and they'll probably be right, but fuck them. You did what you had to do. You start with a laser gun, cyberpunk jacket, silver bullets, a bar of soap, and a bag of candy. Welcome to Rifts. Yo.
Hey.
How you guys doing this fine evening, players and chat? We got today with us Vince Venturella, CJ.
Hello.
Ubusta.
Howdy.
And Juips.
That's me.
I have a pin up here. Alerts are muted because I'm recording this for a video, as you can see with the Lift Raider Prime right there. But I will thank everyone at the end, and I'm at least showing it in a little corner there. As you can see, we got the Nokia N-Gage, which is containing chat. So please enjoy that for being on the screen. And we'll do a full intro in a sec. But let's jump right into it, shall we? So for recaps of the last adventure, I like to do it in fill-in-the-blank limerick format. Is everyone aware of what these are?
I believe so.
No, but let's do it anyways.
All right, you know what a limerick is, right?
I do.
It's
Vaguely, yes.
It's a funny little.
Once.
Yeah, it's a funny little thing. It's got a rhyme scheme of 1, 2, 5, with 3 and 4 in the middle. If you answer it correctly, the party gets 1 reroll for this adventure. No stockpiling. It's just an insurance policy. You decide to use it as a group after any player roll, and I'll tell you if the original one would fail. Take the highest. And since this is the first adventure, we have nothing to recap besides the intro, so let's do a test run. I'll say blank at the end. You have to guess the missing word, which is always the last word. And anyone can feel free to answer. I'll repeat it 1 time to give chat a chance to join in on the fun. We've got an interactive stream here. So here's the limerick. Rift's earth is a fool's paradise, so listen to the following advice. It's the strong who shall tread across the backs of the dead, for there can be no power without blank. And so we'll repeat it 1 time to give the chat delay a second. Rift's earth is a fool's paradise. So listen to the following advice. It's the strong who shall tread across the backs of the dead, for there can be no power without...
Sacrifice?
Ooh. Price was the
Oh.
power without price. Very close, and it also rhymed. We're going in blind, boys.
It was a good guess.
It was a good guess.
Very good guess.
It was a good guess. Judges, good guess.
I do appreciate that at least 2 people in the chat thought the same thing I did.
Yeah, true. One person said bread. I like your passion.
Thank you for playing.
Mhm. And so, okay, power with a price. On that exact note, let's introduce our dramatis personae. For each character, my guideline was you are one of the leaders of an upstart free company. And there are many heroes and horrors in Rift's Earth, but you are him. If this were a video game or a movie, you would be the main character. Here, you're in a whole party of them. The A-Team. Each has their specialty and are serious combat threats, but also very well-rounded. If they dropped one of you into the center of an outpost city, you could start running shit in a week. Lucky for them, you're the good guys. And you're on call. Go ahead and introduce yourself, plug anything you're on or where people can find you, and introduce your character, class, gear, cool stuff, whatever you feel is pertinent. This is kind of an introduction to Rifts for 2 of the 3 party members and chat as well, so feel free to showcase some Riftsian stuff. Brief physical description, a little backstory. The characters aren't mysterious here, it's the world. We'll start with Jupes, then CJ, then Vince.
Yeah. It's me, Jupes, as the name suggests. You can find me on Instagram at It's Jupes, or you can find my band, Temple of the Fuzzwitch, at Temple of the Fuzzwitch on Instagram or on Spotify, Apple Music, yada yada. We just had an album come out. It's good, I promise. I am playing 7. Yes, 7, the number 7. He is a Psytech human. And what a Psytech is think traditional psychic, except slanted towards machines. I can control machines and robotics with my mind. I can turn into a machine ghost and possess various mechanics and computers. But primarily, I use this to be a badass mech power armor pilot. You can see my customized version of Iron Wing power armor on the screen now. Backstory, well, let's do appearance. He's tall, lean, about 6'1", 6'2", shoulder length black hair. A bit ambiguous in terms of masculine, feminine. A bit kind of fey and ethereal looking. Does not look like an elf, but is kind of in that weird middle line. He was raised underground in a hidden, secret even to me facility where he was genetically modified to be the key pilot of a crashed alien technology. Think Akira, think Stranger Things. I didn't see the sun until I was more or less 16 when I escaped said facility and shot my way out, stole a set of power armor, and have been using it to do odd jobs. I spent some time in Skyscape where I developed my third eye even further. And now I have found some people who seem to give a shit. I joined the free company because they saved my life instead of taking the money and running. This is the second time I have had any sort of anything resembling a family. Seven can be kind of aloof, but also childish at times, owing to the fact that he didn't have a childhood. He's a risk taker. He likes to fly fast. And yeah, that's him.
All right, sounds great. Time for CJ.
Oh boy. I'm CJ Ubusta. You can find me in the HeyWoah Plus Discord talking about Laukavai. That's where I'm most that's my haunt. I guess getting started. My character is Orpheus Vayu. They are a true Atlantean, one of the descendants, the lost and scattered descendants of actual real life Atlantis that was pulled off of Earth in a dimensional rift storm long, long ago, of the clan Draco Amicus, who have found themselves a new home in a whole dimension that is a Dyson sphere. They are a shifter, which is just, it's like a cool wizard focusing on dimensional magic. A little bit of a physical description. They are about 6'6", 200 pounds, with very pale skin, marked with these cool Atlantean tattoos, because Atlanteans, of course, nothing is just normal. They practice tattoo magic. And so they've all got crazy tattoos with magical possibilities. He's dressed in a dark mahogany leather duster. He's that is over top like burgundy wine colored mixture of scales and hides that serve as his protection. He's got a long Western style repeater rifle slung over his shoulder. He's got a wide brimmed hat somewhere between like a tricorn and a cowboy hat. And he's got a just an actual Walkman hooked onto his belt, because of course that's actually listed in the character generator. Of course. And his backstory is he works for a, quote, cathedral library that's goal is to collect all writings ever under the leadership of the Grand Lexicographer Liberius, who, as someone who is like 2,000 years old, personally saw the burning of the Library of Alexandria, and with one tear in his eyes said never again. He's currently on Rift's Earth because he proved himself by finding lost books that were thought lost, that had already been added into a tome marking destroyed writings, and he found it. And there was much rejoicing, and has been given assignment on Rift's Earth, which is incredibly dangerous. And so you must prove yourself to be allowed there, on the hunt for more books to prove himself, to rise up in the ranks of the organization, the Tome Seekers, and find specifically the partner book to that lost book, which is the Configuration of the Fate of Heaven Beneath the 12, which is a real life book, maybe.
All right. And this is an extra dimensional cathedral library, right?
That is true.
It is elsewhere in the multiverse. Yeah.
It is elsewhere in the multiverse.
Yeah, because everything else it wasn't epic enough. I agree.
Well, yeah, can't just be a library. It is a dimensional cathedral library.
All right. Next up is Vince.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to introduce myself. The name's Farzan, and I'm what's known as an Azverkan. Now, that's just a fancy way of saying alien, but I want you to understand I'm from Earth. I was born here, same as most of y'all. Well, maybe not our good friend Orpheus, but I was born here. My parents, of course, emigrated through a rift. Now, at a young age, I was captured and experimented and tortured, so I do empathize with my friend Seven. I know what that's like. Very mean woman took me and she decided to do some upgrades. Turns out our alien biology is rather compatible with a fair amount of the cybernetic technology that exists in this world. And from there, I was taught the ways of how to kill and survive and all those things. Fought in a good clutch of wars, both throughout Germany and the associated areas, fighting all sorts of gargoyles and triax soldiers and everything in between. Quite a time, but I really couldn't say I enjoyed it very much. It was a pretty dark time. Randomly, by luck would have it, a rift opened up and I figured anywhere was better than here, so I jumped through. And where did it deposit me but here in the North American continents? And out in the West, found myself at a bit of loss. So I journeyed for some time, eventually joined up with some mercenaries. Not the nicest people, and eventually killed completely by a whole coalition vanguard. Lots of nasty things. Wiped out to a man, or so they thought. I only survived based on the strange and alien physiology that I had. They weren't expecting, couldn't see it within the armor I was wearing. Still looked human enough to them, I suppose. Though if they pulled the helmet off, they'd certainly see the difference. I think I'm probably a bit hideous by the standards of, I suppose, what humans would think is beautiful, but that never bothered me none. I think amongst my own kind, I'm a catch. But from there, wounded, I dragged myself to a nice oasis and was set upon by a family of cactus people. They nursed me back to health, and I spent about 2 years with them. Now, there's nothing better, I think, than a good group of cactus people. They're just so nice and welcoming. Maybe it's the fact they're full of delicious water, but when you are a thing that is prey to most everything that wants to drink water, I suppose you got to learn to be a little nice. So they nursed me back to health, and I got to say, they changed a lot of my outlook on life. And since then, I've been trying very hard to turn over a new leaf. That is to say, at least not kill as many people. I figure that's a good place to start. For pure physicality, Farzan is a, very weird alien. His face you can see here. He's a weird looking dude. He is cybernetic. He has 4 arms. 2 of them are completely cybernetic. The other ones are augmented. His legs are completely cybernetic. A lot of his body is replaced. He wields 2 big katanas and 2 big plasma pistols because that is the coolest thing ever. So there you go. Yes, I am not magic. I am not psychic. I am not any of those things. I just have neat toys. That's me.
All right, sounds good. Hey, and where can people find you?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm Vince Venturella. You can find me everywhere Vince Venturellas are sold under Vince Venturella. Also, check out Warhammer Weekly and Hobby Cheating and everything on my channel, which is just Vince Venturella because I am a very creative person in life.
Oh, and a note on your character's appearance. Look, all God's children are beautiful, all right?
That's right. My physical beauty stat would say otherwise, but I agree with your point.
Yeah, that's probably the case. So the party is an upstart free company, a newly formed / unknown rank D. The ranks go up because numbers going up is fun. There is a rank F, but you don't start there. You have to be demoted there. What is the name of your mercenary company, everyone?
Oh, no. Wait, which one did we pick?
CJ, you got this.
We had names. Which one did we actually pick?
I remember what I think you picked. I was just giving you an opportunity. I could say it if you'd like.
Yep.
I believe you picked Better Off Dead.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Sounds
I like
right.
that.
Yes,
There you go.
I believe that's the one we
So
picked.
that would be capital BOD with periods in between. Because we got to keep it the bod to keep it professional. And as a rank D, newly formed, but have done several missions so far, past year or 2 together, you have landed yourself, as per the unbelievably extensive mercenary rules in 3 different ones of the books, some support staff, which are non-combatants, just NPCs that you guys kind of have along with you. Don't worry, this is not the dreaded DMPC non-combat support staff. 2. The first one is a medic. She is Bianca de los Santos, level 3 Psi medic. I would do a big old description, but it's just Tate Takemi except Puerto Rican.
Ooh. Oh.
And she's got all the medical doctor, all the pharmaceutical chemistry, xeneology for Farzin, because you're going to need that for some Zoidbergian kind of medics on some of those DBs. And just a ton of psychic powers to help her out in case you need a medic. Parenthetical, you will. And the other one is a driver slash smuggler. And that would be a finger-tooth carpetbagger. We have to bring one in. Montgomery Merriweather, level 4, finger-tooth carpetbagger smuggler. He's a jovial kind of huckster, carnival barker looking guy. He means well. He's always trying to get a deal, but he is fiercely loyal. And he is a surprisingly excellent pilot with combat driving, a million rogue skills to help you out on smuggling and finding fences and stuff. And most importantly, he joins the party having just gone completely broke, buying himself a Mountaineer ATV XL from a Rifter, which is just a bigger version of a Mountaineer ATV, so you guys have a little bit of a mobile command center. It looks like this, except like 30 feet long. It is essentially a semi-truck with monster truck wheels and a top sleeping compartment. It's got 2 cargo bays, a side bay, a crew sleeper. Uses solid oxide fuel. It can tow 20 tons behind it and carry an additional 40 tons in it and still drive 65 miles an hour, which I question, but that's what the rules say.
Over uneven ground.
Yeah, and there aren't really too many roads in RIFTS, so, I mean, look, it works. Somehow it works. And, of course, because we're in New West. Oh, wait, I got a picture of New West here. There we go. Because we're in the New West, it has, of course, black electric tape crosses on the headlights so that it shines crosses just in case of vampires. Don't laugh, it actually works.
If it works, it's not stupid.
If it works, it's not stupid. Exactly. And let's get back to the... There we go. Please settle in for a long-ass intro cutscene, because this is a show, and I'm doing it kind of like a radio play, so get comfortable. Intro cutscene. Exterior low Earth orbit night. In the shadow of Rift's Earth, an exciting but silent space battle ensues between a dozen fighter ships and an ancient satellite, whose razor beam rips across silver hulls, tearing them open like a pole saw. First a dozen, now 10, now only 6 ships race around debris, always staying in formation, protecting the central fighter. Their counter salvos seem to have little effect as they lose ship after ship until only one remains, slashed and trailing fluids. The pilot ejects at the last moment as their ship is finished off by the beam. They drift for the final few meters, helmet cracked and tubes spewing air, but now inside the weapon's dead zone. In a last heroic moment, they jam a metal spike into the side of the main silo of the satellite, and then they drift lifelessly away. 3 weeks later. Interior Mountaineer ATV, high noon. Thunderous engines roar outside, muffled by the interior cabin. Monty has it on cruise control with his bare feet up on the dash, trying to clip a cigar and steer at the same time. Cases of railgun rounds clank together and crates of mini-missiles rattle. A jury-rigged coat rack of Eclipse charge off the Mountaineer's solid oxide core. The smell of someone's ramen in the microwave fills the crew compartment. Bianca's at her fold-out desk writing notes about analytical chemistry or something. A grizzled and somewhat robotic voice comes in over your intercom. That of Hard Jobman. An experienced and quasi-famous merc fixer from the old days. Physical description unknown. Wake up, merc team. I got a job for you. A few days back, there was a call out for a mission to find some ancient Pueblo artifact Kachina doll. Something to do with planetary alignments and prophecies, I don't know. Some rogue scholar wanted it bad enough to send out an open request, and green enough not to know that the suspiciously high, 250,000 credit open bounty had a good chance of turning into a real violent kind of finders keepers. Except this time, well, this is one of those times. In fact, the bait hooked one of the most notoriously violent and dangerous mercenary groups the Sadars know. The villainous terrorist squad for hire, known as Damage Incorporated. It's a strange job for them to take. Their MO is more along the lines of getting paid to commit war crimes. I guess they just happen to be in the area. Lucky you. Their reputation is so bad that it had a mollifying effect on the number of rats after this particular cheese, even though they themselves are wanted dead or alive for 700k. Preferably dead. An enterprising third party might be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone here, collect the artifact, and the bounty. Problem is, they got the whole squad of power troop men-at-arms, in addition to their leadership, which includes a mega juicer, an ultra crazy, and a fucking warlock high level. Talk about a suicide mission. Only 2 other groups were made of stern enough stuff to shrug off the hesitation and go for it anyway. Unfortunately, that stern stuff they were made of has since been painted across the desert from here to Interstate 40. Admittedly, they didn't quite grasp how serious Damage Inc. was. Those psychos could probably take on a platoon of coalition soldiers in an open field and win. The reason I think this is because that is what they have done 2 days ago, as well as light the small town those CS are quartering on fire. However, my contact tells me that you guys aren't fucking around either. I've seen your dossiers, and although there are higher-ranking free companies in the area, none of them have a spec sheet like yours, and most of them have suspiciously set their status to vacation mode after hearing about Damage Inc. taking the job. Regardless, my contact assures me that although your rank is low, you are actually that good. Well, here's your chance to prove it. I will send you the coordinates for the artifact's exact location, and the detailed spec sheet for every leader at Damage Inc., much better than the redacted ones you would find in the Merc database. And for that, we will split both jobs 60-40 your way. I believe in you, but not enough for an advance. I have so far lost 2 advances on I-40, as I mentioned previously, and I'm not trying to lose a third. Good luck. Job man out. The message blinks off, and a new job is added to your queue. You wave a thanks at the in-betweener on a dirt bike in the distance and change course. The landmarks you have seen along your way have not been confidence boosters. Damage Inc. has essentially murdered their way to their target, leaving corpses and shredded vehicles in their wake. It's grim, but at least they are not hard to track. Finoti pilgrims, dead and robbed. Sayak's alien merchant convoy, dead and robbed. And finally, Pleasant Springs. Well, not so pleasant anymore. A microtown consisting of a couple of ranch houses, sheriff building, general store, gas station, and Pueblo gift shop. Most of it was still on fire by the time you got there. Lots of civilian casualties, no sign of survivors. A bunch of dead mercs and blasted vehicles. 30-some dead CS and their 3 Mark 9 exploratory personnel carriers. Looked like they were melted from the inside out. I wonder what all those CS were doing in the middle of actual nowhere, near a magic artifact from before the coming of the RIFTS. Oh well, must be a coincidence. Still, you made good time catching up to your target because they lost their rides and their lesser men-at-arms in the engagement of the Coalition, so they're down to only 3 leaders on foot, and you've been gunning it in an ATV. It is with the farmhouse flames still fresh in your mind that you find yourselves at the mouth of a massive orange canyon that the mountaineer couldn't quite fit in. The walls stretch hundreds of feet up on both sides, and as a straight shot half a mile in, you can see the circular loop of an Arizona rock formation filled with the swirling and sputtering magical energy of an open rift. You are on a ley line. The trail leads inside. This is it. Alright, you can do whatever you want. Apologies for the super god modding, but first adventure, we're keeping it tight.
All good.
Feel free to prepare, buff up, look around, check those spec sheets Jobman gave you, or even actively remember what happened along the way, and we will role play out what you did and found all the way up. If you'd like to go hunting for clues. Not that there's a mystery or clues to find in this adventure. Everything is exactly as it seems, obviously. What do you do?
I would like to look over the spec sheets that Hard Jobman sent us.
All right.
Seems like a reasonable place to start.
Seems like a, better knowledge is more prepared.
True. All right, let me scroll there. Okay, the spec sheets. Jobman's damaging spec sheets are basically the character sheets. It uses in-world RP words and numbers, so pretend we're doing that, but to cut to the chase, ask me for any attribute, stat, maybe ability, and gear, and I'll probably tell you Jobman has great info.
So we're dealing with you said a mega juicer?
One mega
do we know
juicer.
how far along?
One mega juicer, one ultra crazy, and a warlock.
Okay.
And I can just go
do we
down.
know how far along the mega juicer is?
As far as amount of time.
Yeah, like how into their prime are they, and or how close to exploding?
I would say, it just might be kind of closing in.
Okay. So they're on last call. And then we've got an ultra crazy, which is great. So that's fine. So less than the mega juicer, but still incredibly dangerous in its own right. I got a fair amount of experience with these crazy types. The woman who captured me had a real penchant for creating that kind of thing, pushed that technology farther than most. I was lucky that she didn't happen to install any of that nonsense in me. But there's nothing to be trifled with for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've got 2 auto dodgers here is the point.
Yeah. I can go down the list if you'd like to just talk about each in a row and look at their little things, I suppose. If you'd like.
It's all good. Get the general idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So fast and deadly. What do they fight with? I guess that would be the relevant question. What does the mega juicer fight with? What's the crazy fight with?
So for Papa Pill, who is the ultra crazy, he has signature weapons, so they're in the database. He likes twin pistols, TX6 heavy revolvers. And word is he is capable of making a psi sword. And he is very good with it.
Good to know. And then the mega juicer.
The mega
Claws,
juicer.
chainsaw, guns.
So for weapons, the page just keeps scrolling. It looks like he'll use anything he can get his hands on. However, a particular favorite of his, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it, the JA-12.
Great.
And for, the Mega Juicer's name in the database is Kodiak Johnson. And the Fire Warlock is Serpica Killatrix. She's a live orc, which is a lizard race. Serpent DB.
I see here it says Fire Warlock.
Yes, Fire Warlock, that is true.
Fire Warlock. Oh, and you said high level. Is that...
That's level 8. Don't
That's
worry.
level 8?
It's
okay.
one down from the serious level.
Yeah.
If you're concerned about changing from a minor to a normal elemental.
That was the absolute first thing.
This is
on
still,
my...
I'm not trying to kill everyone here.
Do we have any data on if they've got reinforcements coming?
As far as anything is listed, no, they brought the whole team out. Their lesser men-at-arms were basically a bunch of power troops. And they don't do the whole a million random guys thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we know they're in the area, but we don't know exactly where, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, although they are on one of the same jobs you are.
Sure.
So like that famous quote, you might not know where they are, but you know where they are going.
Sure, absolutely.
I know they they killed their way to where they are now. Any survivors at all?
Yeah, we can go through those as well if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd say we jump out of the ATV, and just like inspect the area. This is like the site of the battle, right? So I'd like to look around and actually like see
For
stuff.
sure. In the movie Magic, remembering what happened on your drive there during the thing, we can go through all of them. The key points I would say of interest are the Finobi pilgrims on the way in the highway, the Syx alien merchants on the way in the highway, and then the whole town of Pleasant Springs we can do a big thing for if you'd like.
Specifically, it's more Pleasant Springs I want to investigate a little bit.
Right.
Like, just look around, see. Specifically, I want to see what's left of any of the Coalition's technology. That's always useful. That they killed a Coalition patrol here. But I want to see what they like. If there's clips, if there's weapons, that kind of thing. You know, I mean, partially I'm harvesting off of the dead. But the other thing that I want to look at is so I can track by scent, like Wolverine style. So I want to see if I can pick up the scent of the 3 of these, and so we'll need to investigate the scene to figure out where they were. I assume they have distinct smells, especially the Fire Warlock.
Yes, for sure.
I'd like to get an aerial view as well.
All right.
So I'm gonna head back to the armory, hit the well, I guess I don't really hit anything because I control with my mind. Walk up to the back of the power armor, it opens up, and I step inside.
All right, I'll give a rough sweep here of this town of Pleasant Springs. Population very recently 0. Devastation lays before you. Signs of battle are just everywhere. Destroyed vehicles and corpses abound in the street. Folded half out of broken windows on top of buildings and overhangs. Classic Western post-shootout, except half the place is still on fire. There's smashed, damaged, and burning buildings. Town center looks to be covered in asphalt, but as you approach, the ground's very uneven. You realize that the ground is cooled magma, into which 2 of the 3 Coalition APCs, they're the Mark 9 ones, have half submerged. Salvageable maybe, but certainly not fixable. Along with, there's like dozens of charred bodies in armor sticking out of the ground from the waist up and stuff. The volcanic rock area covers exactly 40 feet by 240 feet for reference if anyone cares. As far as a rough sweep of the CS stuff and all their equipment and bodies and things like that, after I would say a not too long of a time kind of looking around, taking in the smells, looking over stuff, maybe itemizing them a little bit, it appears that there are roughly 3 squads of CS here in various stages of trapped below magma or just dead. The first squad looks to have had a CS officer, CS Special Forces Romad, 2 RPA Samus pilots. One might be still kind of okay, if you can find a new helmet, if you get what I mean. 4 grunts and 2 CS Rangers. Squad 2 had a CS Technical Officer. Helmet knocked off, I have written here. Redhead with vitiligo skin condition. 1 Moss Engineer, an RCSG Scientist, an EOD Specialist, and 6 CS Grunts. It's very much an exploratory squad. And then the 3 was a CS Officer, CS Special Forces, 4 Commandos, and 4 Coalition Juicers. I would say about a quarter of them have reasonably salvageable armor, 1 or 2 Eclipse per, possibly even a weapon here and there that we can write down as bundle of stuff from CS and deal with later.
Yes, agreed and written. Especially the flying Samus power armor. That's incredibly useful, either as its own thing or for parts later.
Oh, for those, I just said RCSG. So it's RIFTS Control Study Group. It's like a type of CS scientist.
Do they have any camera equipment? Anything that might have recorded anything?
let's find out, shall we?
Let's.
I don't think this is a detect concealment. I think this is more like a simple perception.
And that's a percentile?
D20, perception is D20 plus perception bonus, which you may or may not have, depending on whatever class it is.
I don't believe I do.
No big deal. It's not like in D&D necessarily, where the
Perception
really
bonuses
high.
are super rare.
Yeah.
That is a 16.
Oh, great. You've even found some obscure info. It goes from obvious to missable to obscure.
Essentially, what I'm trying to do is, I'm assuming I haven't taken off into the air quite yet, but...
Okay. Well, yeah, if you're searching the bodies, surely not, yeah.
I want to use Machine Ghost to interface with any potential recording equipment and see if I can see exactly what happened. I know that they were all killed, but any data on how they fight or anything that they might have carried, hell, even where they were, the direction they were going, might be helpful.
All right, I think this is a good idea. I think this is a clever idea, futile. On the list, straight from the book. Because unfortunately, there is, I would say at least 2 of them still have some video, but those were in the vehicle.
Got it.
And so what you got was exactly not what you wanted, which was the instigating moment.
Sure.
You got the response to it, and then just explosions and flame and heat and warbling, and then some sinking into magma.
Yeah.
However, one of the rifts,
the APCs have trackers in them?
No, they don't, and that's kind of an interesting note.
They should normally have trackers.
Yes, they should.
Yes.
This counts as a keen insight, observation, or deduction.
Damn, I'm falling behind.
CS definitely should have trackers and all this stuff. Why don't they here? Oh, while you were machine ghosting around and kind of feeling, there was a personal computer that's sort of still working from one of the RCSG people. And there's a lot of data corruption, but you're on yeah. I assume you're like, to me, when you use PsyGhost like interface, it becomes res, or you're this like polygon dude just T-posing and flying through cyberspace.
Yeah. Or like the Blackwall segments in Cyberpunk.
Yeah, yeah. And so what we'll do for your, instead of, normally we'd do computer operations or something, but for you, I'll just describe it like you're exploring the Matrix or something, and you're kind of looking around and seeing programs and ones and zeros fly by and little highways and stuff like that. So there is a lot of data corruption, a lot of what looks to you in person as the, those DivX errors where it loses, and it stutter steps into a jagged mess of bitrate. But you explore a peaceful little but well sectioned off part of a personal computer here or there that features just a bunch of like nuclear physics notes and part of a map where there's a red dot a mile or 2 outside of town.
Okay.
But maybe it's because some of the data was corruption or whatever, but there's no mention of Pueblo or artifacts whatsoever, at least on the CS side.
Just a location.
Yeah.
Okay. I would make that known to Orpheus and Farzan. I can't say what they were carrying, but I think I know where they were going.
Oh, direction's better than nothing.
Oh, I should say there's a whole bunch of dead mercs as well. And in your
Sure.
in your rough sweep, you certainly categorize them a little bit as well. On the Damage Inc. side, 2 Bandito PA pilots, 2 gunfighters heavily cybered up with partial conversion, 2 heavy mining Borgs modified for combat, since unmodified if you get my meaning, and a Phaeton juicer pilot who is dead inside of a cavalry war wagon, which is, the vehicle is quite wrecked. It looks like an Incas Huron APC with a military cowcatcher welded to the front and spikes. There had 2 robot horses. One might be fixable, and that's a big deal. Robot horses are not cheap.
Yeah, if there's a robot horse, we will absolutely, that could be salvaged. We will absolutely take the robot horse.
Oh, here's a picture of some random robot horses. Thanks, Perez.
I'm pretty confident. Whatever we find mechanical wise, I can fix. Arms and armor, I can fix. I can make it better, probably. My initial thought is, if it's okay with you two, I would like to at least get an aerial view of this location on the map that we found.
See, no problem with it. Chances are they're not in the area specifically anymore, so you don't run much risk. You may alert somebody to our location, but I doubt there's more coalition coming in anytime soon to help these boys out. If they were running without a tracker, then that means they're off the books for whatever they're doing. So that means likely somebody within the organization wants something done and doesn't want any of the higher ups to know about it.
Yeah, this is very, like, not so above board.
Oh, you mentioned smells, Vince, at the beginning. Pardon me.
I did, yes. I would like to see if I can figure out the specifically the 3 of theirs. I imagine Lava Boy is pretty reasonably easy to get a scent on.
Yeah, I think you can. What's your scent percentage? Is it pretty good for
72.
that race? All right, it's highly good in that case, yeah. Give me a roll on it.
I'm happy to, buddy. Okay. You get them dice red. Here we go. Click clack. That is a 32%, my dog.
Hey, all right, that's a pass. I think you can pick out them, especially because, in general, the umbrella under which all of the mercs and all of the CS, like, it's a hard divide between those two things specifically, and
Sure.
even so, you can, perhaps unsurprisingly, the 3 smells, and there are 3. Well, hold on. Oh, there's kind of a 4th, but it's different. Okay. Well, regardless, the 3 are moving. You kind of look and point at the direction of it. This is sort of in the past, remembering this, in your lead up to the, and it goes right there, which is also the red dot on that map.
Here we go.
Everything is going to one place.
Okay.
And aside from that, there's, all the rest of the buildings and stuff. Bunch of civilians that I haven't mentioned. It's just horrific. But yeah, a bunch of people are dead. It's very sad. Oh, 2 combat dune buggies also kitted out with spikes because it's New West. And that was on the merc side, but they're probably not fixable. This fight looked like everyone just presses the mini missiles buttons from T=0. Neither side, the coalition nor the mercenaries, seemed to give a single fuck about collateral damage in this particular town.
Good stuff.
And they both kind of got what they deserved, I guess. That being said, I'm just going to keep talking while you interrupt me freely at this point with what you're thinking about looking into or going or doing in town or out.
You wanted to get an aerial view, so
yeah.
I don't know if
so
you wanna,
when you,
yeah.
That's kind of like what I'm describing for the aerial view. You got a water pump in the town center. It is trapped in the cooling magma and partially melted, and it probably cannot be used to put out any of these fires if you were concerned about that. There is a general store and gas station, or should I say it was next door to the sheriff building from your vantage point, Jupes, you can see that the gas tanks must have exploded. Both the general store gas station and the sheriff building are just rubble, which with like sort of square floor plan outlines on the ground, like you moved a couch almost. There are 2 ranch houses where the houses are mostly in town, but then the fields spread way out on either side of the town. They're across the street from each other. They once had fields, now they are gray ash. And the houses are still not blazing, but comfortably on fire. There's a Pueblo gift shop, which has kind of burned itself out. Quarter of its charcoal, the rest is still standing though. And that's it for the kind of overall aerial view.
Got it. Can I see the location from the air, or is it still a bit of a ways off?
I think you can. It's like, I would say it's something like 2 miles, but I bet you can see 2 miles from an aerial view, especially with, you know, custom helmet sensors and zoom lenses and stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to get a zoomed in view, or as zoomed in as I can, of as close to that location as possible.
Yeah. There is a ley line crossing it, but not like from your direction, so it's kind of perpendicular.
Okay.
So you're not traveling along the ley line to get here, but there is one that crosses it. It's probably at least a mile wide, as they tend to be. Rifts are huge, as a matter of fact.
Right.
This one is the most classic type, faintly glowing blue, getting closer to white as it reaches the ground, little motes of, you know, white magical sort of goop kind of rising up from the ground. You can see that there is a giant, what did I call it, a canyon?
Mm-hmm.
And it snakes on into somewhere. From this point at this time, you probably can't see the rift inside of it.
Sure.
In fact, you almost certainly can't. But in the future, you could.
Is there a way to transmit that video back to the APC?
Yes. APC's got a like decently big radio thing in it, which you guys are going to be covered by and can use.
I want to transmit that and get Orpheus on the radio. Does this look above board? I mean, I know it's a rift, but I don't know anything about them.
All right. Yeah, I think you have a pocket computer, right?
Yes,
I do.
Everybody's got radios and pocket computers and such.
Yeah.
For just
Correct. It's in my head.
Yeah, actually fully built in.
Oh, you augment.
Yeah, so while I'm doing
Apple
that
Watch,
aerial sweep,
Apple Brain.
I want to transmit what I'm seeing down to the APC,
Yeah.
especially to Orpheus.
Yeah, I can try and advise on matters dimensional and magical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there any particular?
I'm pretty sure there's a lore magic.
There's a lore magic and a lore dimensions. I wasn't sure if it would cover that, but I can do lore magic.
Both of them are great. I would say magic probably. Dimensions is a little more like not necessarily just ley lines, right? It's more about what happens through them.
That makes
If you didn't have
sense.
one of them, you would be able to roll one of them anyway. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got a 67, so let's see what I roll. 39. Great success.
All right, big success. So you relay to Jupes and potentially, or Seven and probably Farzan, basically anything they would really want to know about the nature of ley lines and to a lesser degree rifts. You give them all that trivia. Is there a particular thing you were trying to get a yes or no question to, or just a general sense?
A general sense, and I mean, I know that rifts are inherently dangerous, but I want to make sure that we're not going to be vaporized the second we walk into this area?
No. The only real danger of a ley line is the chance of rifts.
Mm-hmm.
And also that they attract creatures that feed off PPE or want it, or, you know, dangerous creatures and stuff. But there's no, like, you're not, like, taking damage when you walk into it or, you know, any such thing like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Since we're getting this aerial view from Seven's camera, can I see just any possible marker that there could be a ley line storm brewing on this bad boy?
Sure, yeah.
What
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think you
check would like?
could do a little bit of a weatherman thing with this one.
Okay.
This one is probably, I will say, dimensions.
Well, perfect. I got a 77 in that, so did not get it with an 80.
Ooh, all right. Hey, there's maybe a ley line storm. There's maybe not a ley line storm. There just isn't enough information to really give that one, even in a weather report. I do have alerts muted but visible, but Shaderu TV, thanks for the big raid. I appreciate it very much. Doing a ttrpg game. Thanks for the silent raid with 55 big views, TY.
What a Chad.
What an actual Chad. Oh, this might be, I probably put this somewhere. It kind of makes sense here since you guys just did a little radio thing. There isn't really an internet for world building. There isn't really an internet in Rifts, like a full one. But essentially it's a whole bunch of pockets of radio communication for the most part. In the intro, I talked about an in-betweener that's like this far out into no man's land. It's actually somebody's job, like kids on dirt bikes and stuff, to relay signals. Most of the websites or databases are like BBSs. That's what the Merc database is, and it'll update like once a day or something like that. Closer to civilization, truckers will often just have like a big satellite on their thing and send out a pulse halfway through one place to another. Closer yet to civilization, if there's water, a lot of times little cities pop up. They're called repeater towns, and they have a giant satellite. They act as essentially a repeater. And then like the biggest and safest areas might have telephone poles and internet, but like CS net is about as restricted as North Korea's internet is today. But they got a budding hacker community. Anyway, so it's all radio stuff and short range stuff and kind of on a delay. But that means that from your truck and everybody's computers and radios and stuff, you can send each other videos and pictures and files and just all the rest. No big deal.
Yeah, I guess I'll land. I'll rendezvous with the team.
Yeah, it looked like a huge fight. You count 30 dead CS. You count 2, 4, 6, 7 dead mercs. All of those mercenaries were pretty serious business for the most part, and the 3 leaders looked like they mostly controlled the flow of the battle, you might say, and have been the
there were
biggest
2 full
combatants.
conversion borgs here, right?
Yes, mining borgs.
That guy said. Yeah. Okay. Were there was their brainstem blown in the fight?
Yeah, they were
so they're dead.
Those 2 were professionally finished off.
Got it.
So you might imagine perhaps by one of the special forces or something. It was like in Astartes, right? Like right along the back.
Yep. Absolutely. So yeah, they can't, like, there's no pulling out them. They're dead actually.
Yeah,
it's rather hard to kill a full conversion board usually unless you know what you're doing.
Yes.
Did they also pop their head computer? Like the computer still has its own drive.
True.
Is that drive still active? Like if I can connect to it real quick and
yeah,
see,
go
like,
ahead.
I can just connect my own drive to theirs.
This is a good idea. Yeah.
I will simply plug in my jack into their jack. We'll we'll plug in jacks. We'll share jacks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
All right, I'll put a
Nothing
little
weird
warning
about
on the stream.
Mhm.
So what exactly are you looking for here?
So what I'm gonna dig around in the files for, in his mind files, are basically any information that could be useful to us about either A, the thing we are going after, or B, the 3 people that he worked for, and information. And also, side note, C, what is the 4th thing? There's a 4th scent, so meaning there's something else or someone else here that I can't identify.
Correct.
So I would like to know what that is. So those are my 3 things. I can make various computer systems checks if you would like.
Sure. Give me a computer op if you got it, or something similar.
I would love to. I do have it. I have that very thing. Okay. That is a 27.
Nice.
My computer ops is 64%.
All right. And we're gonna just do both of them in a big group.
That's fine.
For this whole operation here. So on the first one, the doll, the lesser men-at-arms, even though they're not really leather power soldiers,
I understand.
they were on very much a need-to-know basis. But even more than that, he personally, these 2, didn't give a fuck what the actual thing they have to get, anything having to do with it. He's here to blast.
Sure. Got it.
And so there isn't much information on that thing.
Okay.
You get the impression that Damage Incorporated, much like their name, is just kind of looking for an excuse at all times.
Good.
As far as the data on the 3 main leaders, you will get essentially what Jobman gave you, except even better, because this guy works with him. And so you can essentially get pretty metagamey with it. Like, what's their exact strength score? How many attacks or something? You can farm up any useful information like that as well for all 3 of these people. And what was the 3rd thing?
What is the 4th? Who's the
fourth
4th
guy.
man in the fire?
Doesn't know anything about a 4th man.
Okay.
This either was unaware of it or it happened post-mortem.
Understood. Final thing, and this can be a new check if you want. Did he or his buddy, because there are 2 of them,
Yeah.
like
Brothers, if it matters.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that is interesting. Did either of them have multi-opt? I mean, they're full conversions, so they probably didn't have real eyeballs in there.
Yeah.
Did they have multi-optic eyes? But more importantly, did they have cameras in those eyes?
Yeah, they did.
I would like to pull the files for the recording from their camera eyes of, let's say, the 1 hour preceding the preceding system failure.
Okay. So you're going to get a these were the 2 full conversions, so they weren't part of the fronts. The full hour, you say? Okay. You're going to get something like 40 minutes of travel as you're scrubbing through.
Sure.
And you are actually going to pick up what happened on the road there, which may matter, may not. But yeah, they're traveling along I-40. You're kind of scrubbing through, just clicking because it's just a bunch of travel, right? And they come upon a looks like Finoti Pilgrim convoy. Screech to a halt, do a donut in the middle of the thing, and ride back. And you're just kind of, not to be cruel, you're just kind of fast forwarding through a whole bunch of death and destruction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also like some, what's the word for it? Grand Theft Auto, I guess, kind of stuff with a bunch of semi trucks and Syax aliens and Vintex warriors and things like that. And then speeding into the town.
We see the 2 previous scenes that we saw.
Yeah, you see the scenes that you saw, essentially. And speeding into town, when they were in the big, what is it called? The big Incas Huron APC, what is it? Cavalry War Wagon. They were in the Cavalry War Wagon. It looks like as he and his buddy and the two gunfighters were inside that thing, driven by the Phaeton Juicer. As they're approaching town, it looks like signs of fighting are already happening.
Okay.
But only just barely.
See, this is interesting. Okay. So, and I assume, so they're driving into town, they see fighting.
Yeah.
Now, had they split off from the rest of the group?
Yes.
Or, okay, got it. So the rest of the mercenary company arrived here before they did, because this little group split off to go sack the other two elements.
Yeah.
The rest of the mercenary group arrives here, the rest of Damage Incorporated. They start getting in a fight. When does the coalition get in this mix? Is it right at the beginning? Like, when these two show up, are coalition already engaged, or are they fighting with townsfolk?
The coalition begin engaging when the Bandito PA pilots and the robot horses dune buggies show up.
Okay.
So right away.
Got it.
From
what
the distance.
direction do they come from?
The
what
CS,
direction does the coalition come in from?
the coalition were essentially, from what it looks like as you're rolling up to it, they looked like they were quartering the town already.
Okay.
So they were in there.
Yep. They were here to begin.
Yeah.
Then this thing arrives. Then the scene. Then there was a firefight. Okay.
Yeah, all hell breaks loose. And as you're scrubbing through it, I don't know, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor is in his like personal Walkman recorder just playing.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It looks like a Dragon Ball Z music video from 2002.
Fantastic. Yeah, one of the best parts about being cybernetic is you can have like radios in your head.
Yes, you can. Everything's a music video if you want it to be.
That's right.
I had to get an actual Walkman.
I just piped
Loser.
that shit into my helmet.
Seven, I've got a file I'm going to send your way. Pulled it out of the heads of the full conversion borgs down here. I think it might be a bit of what you're looking for. Sort of explains the situation that led up to this moment, as it were.
Sure.
I'll shoot the file over to him.
Yeah, accept the file. I am still suited up.
Yeah.
Assuming, shit could pop off at any second. So I take a minute to review it on my heads-up display.
Mm-hmm. You can see basically what he sees. Everybody knows it now.
Well, it seems that we should probably tap that water tower. Make sure that we've got all the fresh H2O we need. I suppose, Montgomery, if you want to handle that, that might be something you could do. I think the three of us had best get probably heading out. I don't know what more there is for us to find here, unless either the two of you have a clever idea.
Right
I
away,
tend
boss.
to agree.
He says, and runs over to the thing and starts tinkering with it. Josh swears in the distance. CJ, what are you doing for this time period?
I'm thinking it's very, so there's the CS and they're dead, and there's the mercs and they're dead, and there's townspeople and they have been massacred. Does it look like, and I'll investigate some non-magma houses if possible, but like, were people coming out in shock and they were gunned down, or was it like home by home, this is some fucked up stuff?
Okay, well, I'll give you two things. What you can piece together from this. Oh, do you have an intelligence skill?
I have intelligence. I don't have intelligence.
Okay. In that case, maybe it's a little weird that like 100% of the civilians are outside. I don't know how much you poke around in the buildings. The general store, gas station, sheriff's building simply doesn't exist,
Yeah.
And the ranch houses are still kind of on fire. For what it's worth, the Pueblo gift shop is still standing and kind of burned itself out. So
Ooh.
I don't know how much you're looking into those buildings or former buildings, but it is kind of weird that all the civilians are dead outside.
Fierce, what you checking on? What you got? You got a thought there?
Well, I just think it's really strange that everyone came, like all these people who were probably, I would be scared if 30 guys in armor were fighting random assailants. I just find it weird that everyone ran outside and then got shot.
Yeah, why would they go outside? It makes sense for them to
point.
Unless they were burned out. I mean, the only thing I can think of is our warlock friend lit the buildings on fire and his buddies opened fire as they were running out of the buildings. It's the only thing I can think of that would make any sense. And if it were
That does make
me,
sense. That makes sense.
Well, if it weren't me,
right.
I would stay inside if I were them.
You figure some of them would have died inside in the lava. It certainly
You would
extended
think.
into the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you may be onto something there really good, Orpheus. Take a look around here. I do have intelligence. May I make a check?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Perfect.
Okay.
Maybe you and Jupes after being relayed that, I think.
Yeah.
And then
By all means.
CJ, if you, I don't know how seriously you were looking through it. Do you got any detect concealment or perhaps even a perception? So that, just so everybody's rolling something.
Mm-hmm. I do have detect concealment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nice.
And we'll go down the intelligence order. Vince, what'd you get?
10%, sir. I have
Ooh.
a 66% in intelligence.
All right, what about Jupes?
I got a 3. I don't
Right.
know that I have intelligence.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we'll just do Vince on that. I asked you to roll
Yeah.
before asking if you had the stat. Apologies.
No worries.
There's, in a pinch later, there's probably some kind of equivalent or unskilled roll you can make. I'll look it up if it ends up mattering, but for now we'll just...
Yeah, no worries.
So, Vince, with that intelligence, and especially because you saw in person the video that you scrubbed through and everything, Coalition was probably quartering this place, had everybody outside kind of knees down, arms behind the head, and just controlling the situation. By the time dudes showed up and then a fight happened and neither of them cared about collateral damage at all. And so that would probably be why everybody was outside and not inside.
So they had already literally gathered everybody from the town fairly bloodlessly. That is to say, the people didn't resist a heavily armed platoon of coalition soldiers rolling into town. Which means,
for whatever it's worth, it doesn't look like they were just going to kill everyone, but they did.
well, they were looking for something.
Yeah.
And if they didn't just roll in here and kill everyone, then that means they were after some kind of intelligence. So somebody in this town knew something. Could be the fourth scent picked up is whoever in the town actually knew something about what they were after.
And CJ, what was your perception?
Did you want perception or detect concealment?
Oh, if you have both, then go ahead with detect concealment.
I got a 33 out of 57.
Oh, big. All right. Hey, not everything's information. Sometimes you find random treasure.
Hell yeah.
You're poking around, looking inside and out, and these different places and rubble and everything. And inside the Pueblo gift shop, it's got lots of modern Haku pottery and jewelry and stuff. A lot of it's smashed. Half of the place is burned itself out, but the other stuff is still standing. There is a cash register. They were running the store out of their house, essentially. So this is a dual house and gift shop. So there is a cash register, and there is a little small safe underneath the counter.
Well, I would absolutely alert Seven and Farzan because of the safe. Because I don't think I can break into a safe, but I will open the cash register.
There's actually a specific skill for safe cracking in this game, of course.
Oh, of course.
But there's more than
Is
one
it,
way to skin a cat. So
Is it a skill that I can bypass with the buzzsaw on my power armor?
you know that thing is actually an angle grinder mega damage. So I'm gonna say actually yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's
I'm
interesting
gonna
that you chose
saw
the Iron
front door
Eagle.
off.
It's interesting you chose the Iron Eagle power armor because it does have literally like a buzzsaw angle grinder on it. So that's perfect for this. Really, you're just kind of putting it up against something. Maybe you bring it over to the foundation of what was once the sheriff building, just so it's on some kind of cement, and
Yeah.
put your like big robot boot up on top of it to kind of stabilize it, and a high-pitched whine and squealing, cutting noise is echoing now throughout the flat desert area. And that's just going to take an amount of time.
Sure.
I don't see a point to rolling it, but it will work if anyone wants to do anything in the interim.
In the interim period, I'm going to poke around the rest of that gift shop. You said it's still mostly there.
Yeah, I would say it's
And-
3/4 still there.
Yeah. What I'm actually looking for is, like, this was someone's house.
Yeah.
And the person who runs the gift shop in town is the person who knows the most and who's the most interested in crap and kitsch and stories from the local area. So I am going to poke around looking for anything that would give us more information on the doll, the ley line, like this stuff is standard stuff in the area. Like it's a feature of the terrain, right? So if there's any books or writings or anything like that, either like a personal or quote unquote published book, for as much as that's possible in this world. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking for information about anything that might be here. Because they got the person, but the person might have left something behind.
Local legends, anything
Yeah.
weird.
All right, so in the back room, there's somewhat of a sleeping area. There's 2 beds in there, big bed, small bed. And in a very ornate and old unlocked chest. I can't believe this thing wasn't damaged in the fire. You open it up, and inside is a book.
Oh.
And it is looks like it's a children's book with a rainbow.
Perfect.
With a rainbow and an archer on the cover. And it's written in Kharasan, which is a language that you probably don't speak.
Do not.
But
I do not.
there are English words on the cover, and it says, author Simon Ortiz, illustration Michael Lacapa. And if you want to phonetically sound out the name of it, it's Rawa Kashtiatsi Hiyani.
Actual book in English? Did it have a name I could read in English?
Let's see. Do we have a universal do we have somebody in this party that can translate or perhaps comprehend any languages?
Like, say, with a magic spell.
I actually can't remember if CJ chose that or not, or if it comes in.
That's fine.
I can understand, and understanding of written languages is not provided by this magic. No, I can't read all languages.
Can only
Can
hear.
read.
Okay.
I can only hear and speak.
Oh, but you know what
Okay.
you know what you do have, CJ,
Hmm.
and we didn't like explicitly talk about this, but it seems like it would make sense. You probably have somewhat of a database from your book librarium cathedral dimension thing to just check, and it's probably if you can't update it, it's an old version, right? But to probably check to see at least if place has it, place doesn't.
Yeah.
That was going to be a question. I would like to check that if a roll is required for some reason.
No, it's the computer doing it, and it's either there or it isn't. You look it up. Actually, yes. Okay, so the name of this book is The Good Rainbow Road. It's a children's book. And as with a lot of things in Rift's Earth, especially ones this old, this book is ancient. It is not in the database.
Ooh.
It isn't thought destroyed or anything, like, don't freak out, but it is, it's another arrow in the quiver. of a book that can be collected for the Tome Seekers.
Mhm. Well, if it's all right with you, Farzan, I could just reach over to that book and start putting it in my backpack.
Yeah, it's essentially a children's book for Akoma and Haku people, written in Karazhan. It doesn't necessarily have like campaign notes in it, but there is a translation of it on your little thing, and you can read it, and it's a nice little story. I didn't prepare the entire story of the children's book, but it's a nice little fun thing. And at just about that exact time, clunk, the safe door falls off after having just buzzed through both of the bolts on it, and it's kind of glowing a little bit. It's pretty hot, but there's something in here, and that's very interesting when you look inside.
Can one of you guys who isn't currently 8 feet tall take a look in there? I'm afraid that
Your
I
hand might not fit in. Yeah, it is a smaller
I might
safe.
not be able to get whatever's in here out.
Okay, there's like papers and a deed to the house and some trinkets and knickknacks and a ring. But what's also in here is a Kachina doll. And that's curious because you're not where the mark on the map says. And you're not where Jobman said. Which you have a mark probably on your map as well, and it links up with what the CS had on theirs.
Okay.
Orpheus, you read the dossier, right?
Yes.
Is this what we're looking for?
So you're not exactly sure. There's no picture of it in the... It just says Kachina doll. You're not sure what it's supposed to look like. It's a little girl's doll, maybe. But looking at this thing is ancient. 500 years old, easy.
So 2 immediate questions for you once we're all gathered around looking at this doll.
Mm-hmm.
1, does it have any kind of supernatural evil aura?
Because you
I
can
see
just straight
auras
up detect that, yeah.
I straight up see them, yes. Anything that is nothing undead, anything undead or supernatural can't shape change. I automatically see their aura for what they are.
Right.
I know what you are.
This is not a supernatural evil.
Good. That's a good start. That's a good start.
I guess that also would have pinged my psychic sense and track supernatural evil or magic energy.
Yeah, no supernatural evil from this.
Okay. No scent of overwhelming supernatural evil. Good start. All right. Is there anything? It's a doll. Is it solid or soft? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it full of stuffing or is it full of is it hard bodied?
It's soft, and some of the outer shell has like hardness to it. I guess looks like a children's doll.
Is there anything?
But it's 500
inside
years
it?
old and it's remarkably well preserved.
Yeah. There's nothing inside it, right? Like I'm not gonna destroy it, but I will. I still have hands.
Yeah.
If I squeeze it with my hands gently, does it just feel like stuffing inside all the way around?
Yeah, you know, it's a pleasant squeeze.
Very nice.
This is nice. Like a
squeeze.
child could sleep with this and it would be a nice little toy.
Okay. Nothing unusual about the clothing or anything like that. It's just very old and very well preserved doll.
Yeah, it's got strange footwear. That must have been the style at the time.
Well, there are many ancient texts that describe the old days.
Not really. That's the problem.
Not really. They exist,
Man, maybe
I just don't have them.
maybe in the ancient pre-apocalypse, people wore shoes like this, Crocs or something.
Crocs. They must be
These
powerful.
shoes seem highly ineffectual at what their job is. Look at all the sand and dirt that would get right in those holes. Doesn't make any sense at all. Just be tearing your feet up.
Maybe it's a religious
kind
thing.
of luxury, or it's a religious thing. To
Very
not
well
See,
could
I
be.
see it.
I see it. Is this a doll's?
Call me twitchy or paranoid, I'll be right back. Assuming we're outside, I want to just VTOL like straight upwards. I want to see if we're being watched or if anybody's coming our direction.
All right, you do have radar, I think, right, in that thing?
I do.
And also there is some in the ATV as well.
Yeah.
There are no signatures on radar. And looking in the sky, some birds and stuff, but
okay.
No drones, anything like that. It's a pretty clear sky today, as a matter of fact.
Sure. Just had a nagging feeling. Yeah, I'll land.
I will say, I'm going to get myself one of these Pueblo keychains for the ATV. I do enjoy this.
Nice, yeah.
It's like a nice piece of jade. Look at that. That's just a beautiful piece right there.
Yeah, it's a coma. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Nice designs.
Montgomery, this is for you. You can put the keys for the ATV on that. Might as well take this trunk as well. This is quite a nice piece of craftsmanship here. Look at the carpentry. You got to be impressed. I mean, the joints are on the inside. That's not easy to get into. That's a rather nice piece of work. Not
all the corners are
damage,
dovetail. They knew what they were doing.
This is the work of somebody who enjoys their carpentry. I appreciate that. We'll take that.
Monty thanks you, puts it next to the dice.
Well, if we have the doll, that should probably stay here on the ATV. I suppose worst case, Montgomery can take it back.
Worst case, we just have a doll.
Absolutely do not want to take that into, I assume, I mean, as much as I love investigating, I assume you guys want to go in there, right?
I think that's our next step, yes.
It does.
I know I do.
Where everything's leading.
All right, well, give me a moment. I should probably put on my proper attire if we're going to go into something this dangerous. Out here in this light armor is just not, it's not going to suit for what we're doing, especially where we're going.
Well, I hear that. I go into the armory and I'm loading up like full mini missiles, full rack of grenades and the grenade launchers.
Are you going with plasma or AP?
You know, as a matter of fact, I am going with plasma.
All right, fine choice.
I have a 16 capacity. I will be loading up 16 plasma mini missiles.
All right. And are we still remembering what happened when you got to Pleasant Springs, or are we going to the present, where we're right outside the canyon?
I would say probably after load up, like we would snap back to reality.
All right, sounds good.
That's right.
And the little Henya children's doll is in the ATV.
Correct, which will leave outside the rift, obviously.
Yeah. All right.
I'm not gonna lie, Parson, that thing creeps me the hell out.
I think
it's a disturbing thing, but it does seem to be just a doll. I wouldn't be too scared of it. There are much scarier things in this world than a small, tiny stuffed doll.
Even one wearing Crocs.
What a fearsome set of footwear.
Is there something, CJ, you're thinking about something?
I'm thinking about Crocs right now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if there was something else you wanted to do before we proceed.
No, that was not a interrupting. That was I'm thinking about Crocs.
All right, we're gonna take a 2-minute break. Stand up, stretch your legs, get a drink, and we will return with the canyon. TYVM for enjoying the show so far. And I'm gonna do a be right back. See you in 2 min. And we are back. Everybody good? Had to take a bathroom break real quick, but sound off.
Okay.
Sound off when you return.
There you go, sir.
Hey, all right. Let's switch to the ATV shot. This goofy ass thing.
Everything's goofy. That's what makes it great.
It's amazing.
Oh, the canyon. Okay. Rocky and uneven, with each side sloping up the walls. Big boulders. Total unnerving silence. Broken by very echoey footsteps. Yours. Give me a quick perception.
And do
Certainly.
4. 18. Finally.
4 and 18.
Good.
Hey, it was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. But perception 4 is technically obvious, and I would consider this to be obvious. Whole place is filled with dead birds and dead lizards, just upturned like they fell from the sky.
Okay.
And you can kind of, as I said earlier, far in the distance, see the glowing blue of an open rift. At this point, now that you are inside of the canyon, it is basically the entrance to the canyon, we'll say, just because it's a little more cinematic. There's this slight fuzzy field of where the ley line begins.
Well, shall we proceed?
Monty's like leaning out of the cargo compartment. Hey, good luck. He's like eating ramen.
Monty, stay safe. Watch the truck.
Oh yeah.
We all back?
Yeah.
Ready to proceed?
I suppose. Let's proceed.
Do what you will.
I'm going to channel 20 PPE into my 3 eyes tattoo and gain perfect vision plus night vision and see invisible for the next 10 minutes.
Oh, nice. And being on a ley line, you can kind of, at least for 20, you can kind of just do that for free.
Yeah, I'm going to scythe that in, I get 10 in 1 melee round, or melee action. So in 10 seconds, I will siphon off enough to pay for that.
Sure.
You can just do that.
He's just kind of nice with it.
As you look around in front of you, no immediate invisibility or any such, not seeing anything. Good idea, though. I mean, be prepared, you know.
Better prepared than not. I'm
gonna
see nothing invisible, and good.
I see.
Oh, who can
nothing.
see invisible? I should probably just know that. CJ with a spell.
I can see invisible all the time.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Out to 500
cover
feet,
them
if it
from
ever
the
becomes
air.
relevant.
All right.
Given all the dead birds, I wouldn't get too high up.
No. I'm gonna say probably 150 feet
Sure.
at the most.
I think I said some ludicrous number. I think this thing goes up like 300 feet. Is your intention to be like still in it or above it?
Still in it.
Okay.
I don't want to get too far away from the ground team, as it were.
Yeah.
But I would like to be able to radio back if I see anything, and I can see a lot from up here.
Yeah, and it's well within engagement distance. So like there's combat distances in the game, and engagement is like the standard one, and it's like 51 feet to 500, and so you're well within there for any sort of thing that happens or any such thing.
Since we're in the ley line, I'm also going to just real quick siphon off 36 PPE from it and hit everyone with a sustain. No one has to eat for the next 24 hours.
Or breathe, I believe.
Or they don't eat, breathe, drink, and they only have to sleep for 2 hours to count as fully rested.
That spell is actually game breaking from like a realism point of view. It's so good.
It's crazy. It's only 5th level.
All right, sounds good. Hey, Vince, you were tracking by smell before. Are you still?
Yes, I'm going to attempt to.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to tell you what to do, but you said you were doing it before, and I'm not going to try to wiggle out of it.
That is the plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So I will try to pick back up those scents.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That would be 19%.
All right. You're getting
certainly
the.
Successful.
You're getting.
Spite, I should say.
Hmm?
I said I shouldn't say it was successful because the percentages move around, but I beat my number. How about that?
Yeah. Your number's like what? 72, you said.
72, yeah, for base send, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Big success. There is the pall of dead animal that's sort of laying like a low fog over all the other smells, but your 3 targets are here, and the 4th one is as well.
Seems that all 4 of the beings we're after are in this place somewhere. So like I have to take my helmet off to do that, right?
Okay.
Because obviously I'm fully environmentally sealed. So I
Yeah.
get down, smell, pick it up, try to get a directionality to it, like follow it for a few feet, and then once I'm sure I've got a direction, I'm gonna put the helmet back on.
Okay.
I don't want to get shot in the face.
Right. All right, so we're moving up, and from Jupes' vantage point, no immediate enemies or any weirdness, any such thing like that. As you move
Nothing
throughout,
on radar.
yeah, nothing on radar. That thing, I'm like, radar is just kind of always happening. I assume it's on like a little heads-up display or a little picture-in-picture thing, and so if there is a radar thing, I'll probably tell you.
Halo style in the bottom corner.
Mm-hmm.
If I might just jump in real quick, as we're tracking, like I know 7's up in the air, but CJ, Orpheus, you're down on the ground with me, right?
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Okay. Do you have Prowl?
I do have Prowl. I know I have Prowl.
Okay. Mr. GM, sir, is it possible for us to attempt a Prowl as we're moving carefully through here?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I would like to attempt that. I will roll some percentages.
If I see Farzan try and even dip into a low walk, I would immediately follow suit.
What I imagine is you would get close to the wall to do this. The place is kind of covered in shadow because it is no longer high noon at this point. And there's just big rocks and boulders all over the place and plenty of stuff to be able to attempt prowls for.
Cool.
What do you
My
got?
Prowl is 52% in this particular armor. I rolled a 41.
Okay.
I got a 34 out of 54.
All right, sounds good. Successfully prowling in that you are, instead of failing to outright. Although I should note that in this game, there's failing to prowl and succeeding to prowl, and then there's like an opposed check to try to spot somebody who is. And that happens later when the detection person ends up looking at you.
How deep
as
are
if
these
there would
shadows?
be such a thing. What was that?
How deep, like you said, it's no longer noon, that the shadows in this canyon might be lengthening. How dark would you say it is?
I mean, you can see everything. Well, you personally can see perfectly because you have all the perfect magic vision plus dark vision and stuff. But if you like flick that off for a second to see how it really looks, maybe it's not midnight black, it's just in shadow. It being so bright outside maybe makes it kind of tricky for your eye to adjust to one or the other, maybe, but it's not as bad as a lens or something.
Okay. If possible, since we're clearly attempting to enter Metal Gear stealth mode,
Sure.
I would like to try and scythe 10 PPE from the ley line and cast Shadow Meld, just to increase my stealthiness.
What's that do?
This unique magic enables the caster to step into shadows, becoming totally invisible, even to a see the invisible spell. Must be in a shadow of at least 5 feet long or tall
Oh yeah,
to
for
become
sure.
an effective hiding place.
Yep, that qualifies. I consider this a clever idea.
Oh.
To cast one spell.
How clever.
How clever. Futile or useful?
Unknown as of yet. We'll see.
Oh, okay.
You get points for, like, doing something daring and heroic, but only if it was successful. Like the cosmos simply knows, and it gives you XP. It's pretty outcome based. The world, I guess.
Very utilitarian world.
Yeah. So as you continue on, and Jupes is up there looking around. I believe you get, maybe we'll say, closing in on halfway to the rift, which is slowly largening in your view. And suddenly, it is noticed by Farzin, who is tracking by scent, that now there is only, at this point right now, maybe you just noticed it now, maybe it happened right now, there's only 3. There's only the 3 now, after you passed a certain point.
Okay.
And the smell of the 4th has passed.
Interesting. So we're following on. There's no like body or anything, right?
Right.
Okay.
And it's a straight shot. There's no like spider web, side passages or anything like that. It's a ravine or a canyon, I guess.
Does that 4th smell kind of weak?
No, it was quite. Well, it got stronger the closer you got to where you are now, and now it's
and then it just fades.
It fades, yeah. It fades kind of quickly as you walk.
All right. Orpheus, I don't know, this might sound like a crazy question, but magic isn't really a thing I know much of anything about.
Of course.
This fire warlock, might he have taken a body part, innards, a brain, something like that from someone in the village and been having some kind of spell that was running on it that was directing them to a point, and then eventually he just burned it up, ran out, something like that?
Could I make a lore magic check to see if I know that's something a fire warlock could
For
do?
For sure, yeah. And because you specifically said something a fire warlock can do, I consider that good judgment.
Ooh.
Real quick, I want to adjust my altitude so that I am just under the lip of the canyon, but still not on the ground.
Sure. If you were to give a little periscope, of the lip of the canyon back and forth.
Yeah.
Maybe you're slightly surprised, but also kind of relieved. There isn't, nothing up there. No giant ambush party in the perfect place for an ambush, right? A canyon.
Yeah. Well, the idea was to splash them with a ton of circus, had that been the case.
Yeah. A ton of circus. Jupes, give me a perception, and CJ, give me a lore magic.
You got it.
I got a 3% out of 67.
Holy Moses.
Oh, I know my magic.
Technically, that's a poor success. By the rules, I don't do quality, quantity, or what do you call it? I don't do like how well you succeeded in general, but supposedly it's like blackjack. You got to get it close to it without going over.
Oh, it's close to without going over? Oh,
well, speaking of
never the way I've done it.
Speaking of quality, I rolled a nat 20.
It's a perception up there. A nat 20 to perception.
That's right.
Ooh. Well, I was going to have you guys be clever, but a nat 20 is a nat 20. You cleverly rolled a nat 20. So you see 2 things. First of all, you note that with a 8, which I consider missable, all those dead lizards and birds and stuff in the canyon. But up top, little geckos and stuff just flitting around, skinks and things, birds in the sky. Everything's fine up here.
Mm-hmm.
Fine up here. No dead stuff, just in the canyon.
Just in the canyon.
And with a nat 20, I'll give you something that I didn't know that I was going to give you. You're kind of watching the party, right? You're keeping an eye on a bunch of stuff, but mostly you're keeping the eye on the party and places, and lines of sight, I guess, and angles and things like that. And they're walking along, and they pass a boulder just like any other boulder in the canyon.
Mm-hmm.
But this boulder moves just a little bit after they have passed it.
How far
and how do
away
you
are
see
they
that
from
how do you see that from 300 feet up? Well, my friend, you got a nat 20, and you see it. It wasn't a trick.
What's the distance they are from the boulder that moved?
Geez, 10, 15 feet. Like they just passed it. And then it seemed weirdly like they just passed it, and they're getting a little, maybe as much as 20 feet. And Farzan like stops, and you're looking down at him, and so, oh, mate, did he notice something? And he looks like he's talking to CJ now, but they're facing forward.
Do I have time to act?
Sure.
I want to take aim at the boulder with. Well, I suppose I should reveal the name of my handy dandy weapon, but I want to take aim and simultaneously like radio to them to turn around.
Mm-hmm. Is this name like?
Said weapon would be the XF-217 Dragon Stopper particle beam rifle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this isn't like Lucille, he named his own gun. That's just like the name of the gun from the book is the Dragon Stopper.
I don't want to fire yet, but I want to be aiming, and I want to radio down to them that something moved about 20 feet back behind them.
All right, CJ and Vince, you hear this?
Yes.
Comes in on the radio from Jupes. Something moved behind you.
I would turn.
Same. I mean, immediately spin around and
I trust Seven. I trust his judgment. Something moved.
All right, as soon as you stop, you get a little radio, and as soon as you turn around, that boulder essentially collapses like a sheet. This is like the cloak from Lord of the Rings. A chameleon skin digital cloak. Like it immediately happens as soon as you start turning around. Like kind of I got found out. And there's a guy with his hands up. He's in CS Special Forces gear, except he's got a cowboy hat. This is happening kind of quick, so give me
bare head. On the helmet or on his bare head?
He has a cowboy hat on a bare head. I'm going to give you a perception because this is kind of happening quickly for everybody.
Sure.
Perception.
14 over here.
13.
Jupes also gets this as well.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted
watching
one from
this.
me or
You were
not.
already. I mean, you're kind of looking down a sight at it, so you have about as good a
I
shot
just
as
got a
they
9.
do. Okay. He has no helmet but a cowboy hat, camera with a shoulder sling. Looks like a trader pack. A big big key ring with like thumb drives and little flasks on it. He's got red hair, vitiligo, skin condition. And he's got his hands up right away.
It's the same guy we saw earlier who was dead, but it's not that guy.
That's a keen insight, observation, or deduction, Farzan.
Very good.
So he says something before don't shoot. I'm not a part of this. I'm not a part of them. He points at the portal. And I'm not a part of them. He points at town. I don't know you. I'm not after anything you're after. I see you're going towards the rift. Good luck with that. No hostility here. Be cool.
Well, I don't think we were just going to start shooting. But I would like to get to talking. Now, my first question. Why do you look exactly like a dead guy back in town? I'm going to assume that that guy's actually dead, but you're borrowing what he looks like. How's that? Are we in the right place so far?
He starts to say something like, oh, I'm just wearing their armor, but you give him the, like, don't even blink, you know?
Don't bullshit me.
You noticed that, did you? Well, you're not damaging. And he looks specifically at you, Farzan. You guys seem cool with DBs anyway. And he...
Certainly hope so.
You haven't shot him. And so he shrugs. Ah, shit. And his face begins to melt and swirl into that of a different form. Looks like a rugged, middle-aged Indian man. His hair is long and straight, hints of gray starting at the corners of a widow's peak. Yeah, I'm wearing more than their armor, amigo. And he reaches out to shake your hand.
I will shake his hand.
Name's John
Let him know
Thundercloud.
if he makes one wrong move, I'm gonna essentially turn him into dust in the wind.
Yeah, and he's not wearing a helmet, so you probably could. Anyway, he introduces himself as John Thundercloud.
Well, it's good to meet you, John. We're always looking to meet new people out here. So I will take off the helmet for the, because obviously I don't know that he would know I'm a DB with that helmet on.
Oh, I thought you had the helmet off for smelling.
I'm taking it off every few minutes.
Okay.
Right, and then putting it back on, picking up the scent.
Well, he could have seen you do that. I thought you had the helmet off.
Yeah.
It doesn't change anything.
No, he saw it when we were down the way. 100%. That's what happened. I took it off right before the rock. There you go. That's what happened. I take it back off. Right, there you go. I will lean in, and I just kind of like... just give him a little sniff. Is he the fourth scent?
He is the fourth scent.
Okay.
This is an infinite curveballs and mysteries.
Yeah, that's fine. Just making sure.
Mm-hmm. No, it's good to be sure. Hey, trust but verify, right?
That's right. That's right. Well, my name's Farzan. I'll let my friend up in the sky, his name is Seven. This is Orpheus. We are going after those boys, but we're specifically both trying to find them and both something else of interest. So what did bring you to this area, and how did you end up this far into the canyon with them? From the smell of it, you were more or less with them the whole time.
Well, with them, no. I followed where they went, for sure. I'm essentially a traveling merchant that chose the wrong town to stop in for supplies, that's for fucking sure. Lucky I'm pretty good at pretending to be dead. Person like me.
But you definitely have a unique set of skills.
Person like you.
Is there something you want to say, Orpheus? Or do you say that, or?
Yeah, just like a little rub the chin. What kind of person are you?
Oh, I'm an auto G. World building note. Auto Gs are essentially shape-shifting DBs. They're like perfect at it. They do it at a super genetic level even. Like I don't even know that it's magical necessarily. It might just be super biology science.
Well.
Anyway, all hell broke loose. I pretended to be dead. I've heard of Damage Inc. They are infamous. And I was, they seem to care about this rift here. And so I was following a little behind them to make sure they went in there so that I'd be on the all clear. I'm usually pretty good at hiding them, actually. That was something noticing me. I must have fucked up. Right when you guys passed me, I breathed a sigh of relief, and I think that's what gave me away. And you guys are pretty good.
Well,
Anyway, I was about to go back to town and restock. Parenthetical by looting corpses. But then your big ass truck rolled up and I put the cloak on. Hey, I'm a little low on supplies at this exact moment, but I don't know, I got some deals if you're looking to trade.
well, sure, we'd actually be quite interested in such a thing.
I
I'm
imagine
not
you
sure
guys are
that
after
now-
him. Are you after him straight up? The whole
Part of the
deal?
idea, yes.
Full on.
The goal is preferably dead, not alive, but yes, that is what we're doing here.
Well, if it means anything to you, I hope. I hope that you choose dead as well. And that you do not die.
I would say that's a mutually shared feeling.
He kind of moves his
Well,
hands
here's-
to the side. Oh, what?
I would say, if you like, well, you're welcome to go wait by our truck parked outside. And if and when we walk back out of here, we'll be happy to trade with you. I'll say we already did pick up a fair amount of stuff from the town, but you're welcome to anything else we didn't pick over in there, of course. It's not going to be long before somebody else finds it and does the same.
Oh, for sure. He says,
And we
"Yeah, I
tapped the
appreciate
water
that."
tower. I would say because obviously he can't hear me.
Sure.
Get him a hot meal, some water. He looks like he's been out here for a while.
Absolutely. If you want to stop by the truck, tell Montgomery that we sent you in to get you a meal. I'll radio back, assuming the radio works this close to the rift, and tell him to have something cooked up for you, get you some fresh water, that kind of thing. And hopefully by the time you're done with your meal, we're done with this operation. How's that sound?
Well, that sounds mighty kind. I appreciate it.
Any, I assume, by the way, by OOC very quickly.
Yeah.
I assume, like, an Auto G is just a regular DB. I assume this guy is not radiating an aura of supernatural evil.
No, he's not. If I might forget at some point that you're
Yeah.
always
I
detecting
don't expect
that,
you to remember every ability of every character, so that's why I ask you.
Yeah. But he is not radiating supernatural evil, no.
Good to hear. Okay, continuing. Hopefully this doesn't take us too long, but I think that we'd be more than happy to discuss some trading.
Oh, hell yeah. He moves to leave and then, like, thinks about it
Anything we should
again.
know about the three of them before we go any further? Anything you saw you feel would be important to impart to us?
I'm not much of a fighter tactically. They're fucking insane, dude. He breaks a little bit of his, what you would call it, demeanor, right?
Hmm.
But I don't know, you look pretty good too. I don't know, go all out. Well, shit, he says. Tell you what. I appreciate you not, I appreciate you being more like whatever you guys are like and less what Damage Inc. are like. So I'm gonna offer you this. And he reaches into his pack and pulls out a Lucky Rabbit's Foot. Little Lucky Rabbit's Foot keychain. And he hands it to one of you, whichever one. And in role-playing speak, he tells you that this gives you +1 to initiative if you're wearing it.
Oh, very nice.
Ooh.
Shit.
My buddy makes them. They really work. But they aren't that strong, he says, as he turns to leave. After all, it didn't work for the rabbit.
Excellent point. Much appreciated. We'll talk to you again soon.
I certainly hope so.
This is a magic thing. Orpheus, would you like this magic thing?
Yeah.
I certainly would like this magic thing.
This is a magic thing. And
This thing is magic?
sometimes you gotta identify stuff like this, but you were told this, and that's what it is at that moment by the creator or friends of the creator. So yeah, just clip this on somewhere. In your, as you slowly grow, every sort of fetish and knickknack, and 7 chains with 13 holy symbols on them, and a fairy trapped in a jar sucking out its juice. Well, maybe not that, but yeah, it gives you +1 to initiative rolls. As long as you wear it, and as with all magic in Rifts, as long as you really believe.
Of course.
Continuing on.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, you seem nice. It's unusual that you meet somebody that interesting out here in the middle of nowhere, especially in a situation like this.
Well, that
Especially in
interesting.
situations
So
like this.
close to danger.
Is there something, Orpheus?
No, I think I'm not gonna look this gift horse in the mouth.
Okay. For what it's worth, you don't feel a curse wash over you.
I'll think a lot.
There are
So you got
cursed.
that
There
going for
are
ya.
there are plenty cursed items in this game. That's for sure.
I wouldn't.
Oftentimes, just things that are actually good are also cursed.
Yeah, power without a price, right? You're real cool for exactly 5 years.
Those 5 years are gonna be the best 5 years you can imagine.
So you approach the portal. You can see through the rift a little bit, but it's like looking over the edge of a boat in a dark ocean on a cloudy day. As you mentioned with your radios, there is a lot of static interference at this point. And it feels like when you turn up the bass on like a car stereo to like 70 decibels, and you can feel it rattling in your rib cage. That's kind of the feeling of walking towards this thing. Are you going to, is there any sort of preparatory things, spells, actions, or anything like that before you step through?
Let's see. How long does this last? You know, just to be safe, I'm gonna pull up my psi shield
Sure.
before we step through, and I've got it kind of like tight shield style. I've got my rifle, you know, held in my trigger in my right hand, and then it's kind of covering the left arm.
Mhm.
And it can move around, obviously,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna get that prepared.
I am going to spend some time and harvest 80 PPE from the ley line we are in,
Sure.
and use that to cast energy field on myself. I'm
Okay.
going to use it to cast Phantom and command it to bodyguard me. And I'm going to channel the remaining 40 into my tattoo of a heart encircled by chains to grant myself limited invulnerability.
Okay. You summon Jabantic. He agrees. He agrees to bodyguard you. Yes. The elementals are like, I should tell you this because you have an elemental summoning spell, and you might be using it now and in the future for other things. Elementals have an alien, truly alien intelligence sort of mind. They simply don't understand biological creatures and the way they think. They're very literal. You tell it to go get something from town, it's going to walk like through all the SDC walls in a straight shot, just destroying stuff, running over dogs and kids and stuff, and just pick up that thing and leave. It doesn't really understand. You got to be pretty specific with it about what to do. But bodyguard is something it for sure understands. And combat is as well. It can search for stuff, but you got to be pretty specific about the things to search for. And usually you're talking about material types. Anyway, we good?
We good?
All right.
I'm good.
I think we're good.
You cross the threshold and enter another world. Humid, dark. A nightmare world with clouded red sky and yellow moon. You stand at the mouth of a stone coliseum, ground level. Thundering drumming echoes from all around you, 1,000 seats, filled with blood-painted ritualists, hammering away at huge religious drums. The head of the Colosseum opposite your position at the entrance is a massive altar with a foreign and jagged holy symbol, the twin peaks of which rise high enough to flank the moon on either side from your vantage point. Perception. And then there's some more after that.
Natural 20.
Jesus.
So, okay, now that'd be a 4 again over here.
All right.
It is a 16.
All right. Well, hey, I was going to describe what the people looked like and everything, but you know what? With a natural 20, all of those, it's far away. I don't know how you can see this, but somehow you have perfect vision because of the magic thing. All of the ritualists, they're all body painted up, like blacks and whites and stuff. And they're all drumming away at these drums. You can see that they are connected, some of them at the neck, some of them at the wrist, by IVs, which is higher technology than you thought maybe this world might have had. And then I'll continue with it as you get the rest of the perception stuff. A thick, 8-stepped pyramid stands at the center of the arena, ringed by mutilated and dismembered combatants in piecemeal but ornate armor. Damage Incorporated stands victorious at the top of the structure. Kodiak Johnson at this very moment tossing the broken body of a final challenger to the dirt below. In a bronze bowl next to and behind him is a wicked bramble doll with a black aura. Kachina for sure. Floating in blood. All of the IVs gather and return from the crowd up the pyramid and into the doll, who pulses like a heart.
Ugh.
Above and behind them, between the twin towers of the holy symbol, the moon here has just begun an eclipse. Lightning cracks behind your foes, the clouds rain blood, and the drums surge. Hey,
okay, so let me cover this again to make sure.
Yes.
How far are we away from this scene as we're at this moment?
In the Colosseum.
Okay, so
you are at like the entrance to the Colosseum at this point.
Okay, so
Pyramid's
we're sort
a few
of
hundred
walking
feet
into
away.
Are we on ground level, upper level?
Ground level.
Okay.
Dirt
So
floor.
we walk in through the entrance of the Colosseum on ground level.
Yeah.
The whole stadium, the whole Colosseum is full of people who are all connected by little IV drips of blood.
Yeah.
All that's flowing down to the center to a big like pool, sconce, like what is it? Is it like
Bronze-
what's the collection?
Bronze bowl, looks like. Half moon.
Okay. Got it.
And the doll
then
is
the doll
floating
is inside there.
Yeah, it's kind of floating half in, half out of it, with a black aura, and it's kind of beating like a heart.
Fun stuff. And in the Colosseum, we saw the Mega Juicer fighting somebody, like, or he just won a fight, right?
One last
Against-
guy. Yeah, the whole pyramid is surrounded just by clearly would-be challengers. But then,
Is this like the
but then
end
like a
of
Mega
Alien
Juicer
versus
shit showed up
Predator
from
or
another
whatever?
world, and
Is this like the end of Alien versus Predator with the Predators on top of the pyramid and just like aliens scrambling up the side at them and they're killing them?
oh, I
That kind of
actually
thing?
I
Like,
can't
or is there
remember.
no one else scrambling.
I can't remember what that scene is like, but we'll
That's
say
okay.
yeah.
Is there anyone else scrambling up at him, or is
No,
he like king of the hill?
he has just now thrown the final guy off, and all three of Damage Inc. are on top, essentially having just succeeded at King of the Hill. In other words.
Got it. There we go. Okay. Yes, that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Understood.
And I'll give you a brief physical description of those guys before we get on to getting on to it. Papa Pill is ultra crazy miscreant, 5'9", 155 pounds, chewing on an orange pill canister, shirtless, bare feet, camo cargo shorts, a tattoo of his own face on his chest. Looks like Keith Flint from The Prodigy, except with techno-wizard mind over matter implants sticking out of his head. He has sharpened them into points, and I don't think you're supposed to do that. But he did it anyway. Kodiak Johnson, Mega Juicer Aberrant, 7'4", 622 pounds of muscle, blonde crew cut wraparound 80s shades, extra bulky exoskeleton housing for his biocomp and spiked armor. He looks like a Rob Liefeld cover, except in real life. Same proportions and gear. He has a Florida license plate fused into his chest armor that reads "Eat shit." And Serpic Achillitrix, the live orc fire warlock miscreant, 5'8", 192 pounds, lizard-raced female with dark green scales and blue eyes, red crisscross face paint, long tail. Black robes of blue and purple trim drawn in the center, red sash tied at her waist, no weapon. She is flanked by her minor fire elemental, and this is Rifts. I say the word minor, you think it's minor, but it's Rifts. It looks like you poured swirling lava into a gorilla-shaped fishbowl. It's 10 foot tall. It can fly. It has no concept of emotions or pity.
Yeah, just wait till you meet the ancient elementals.
Jeez, those, yeah.
Oh no.
Where was I? Yes. I don't have the DMCA for Slayer Reign of Blood, but it begins. And they see you at the moment that you see them. The crowd sees you. And there's like this, you can feel the emotion of everyone happening here. Strongly, and it is oppressive, like the "yeah, let's go, it's still happening, we thought it was over." A pink sai sword Mambele materializes in Papa Pill's hand. Serpica's magma elemental rises up from the ground to shield her, and Kodiak Johnson unsheaths and pulls the ripcord on an MD combat chainsaw. The old juicer combat weapon.
You gotta love it.
He whips it to the side, extending a 6-foot pole with the saw at the end. Does some Guandao shit, spinning it 1.5 times, trailing exhaust to come the rest across his shoulders. He bellows down at you with some Duke Nukem ass line. Roll initiative.
Oof.
I believe a new challenger has entered the ring.
D20, yeah.
Come get some.
Initiative.
Yeah, D20 plus initiative.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
One of these people is a spellcaster, right?
One of these people
Yes.
is a spellcaster, for sure.
Glad to hear it. That makes me faster.
Yeah. Because you have like a few of the, what is it, when you're, she is, I believe she might count as supernatural evil. I'll have to look up the specifics of it.
Just for fun, since it happens anyways.
Hey,
I'm
we're here for
radiating
just for
my
fun.
Killing intent.
We're here for just for fun. Oh, you're radiating your killing intent. Yeah, that's a special property of opening the third eye in Psyscape.
Oh.
He's radiating his killing intent. Oh. And you know what though? So is the Colosseum and all the people in it. At this
Hell
exact
yeah.
moment. Your intents are fighting before even you
that
are.
is a 16 with all bonuses accounted for.
I got
26 for me.
right. Jupes? I mean, CJ?
16.
I got an 8 total.
All right. Putting that +1 to work.
Yeah, I get +2 because my funny eyes also give me +1 initiative.
Big.
Really putting the bonuses to work.
Huge. All right. Let me open up character sheets here. That's an 18 on Pop a Pill. Ooh, only a 6. That's a 12 for Kodiak Johnson. And finally, ooh, a 5. Oh, looks like I'm the good kind of GM. I roll low for the NPCs. Just how people like it.
Oh, thank you. 1,000 blessings.
Oh, Serpica Killatrix. Initiative +3 puts her on an 8. This is a tie game.
Damn.
God damn.
Timo.
All right, the initiative order is 26 Vince, 18 Papa Pill, 16 Jupes, 12 Kodiak Johnson, 8 Serpica, 8 also CJ. Vince, you have the pick of the litter.
What is our current distance from the enemies, as it were, at this moment?
300.
300. Okay.
I always work in feet. I never work in meters and yards and stuff. So that's just like a.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, 300 feet is a long number of feet.
Yes, it's a huge coliseum.
Okay. One moment. Hold, please.
No problem.
I need to check a range. Effective range, 1,200 feet. We're good. Okay. Well, let's see. One of these guys has a psi sword, and one of these guys has a chainsaw, and the other one is a spellcaster who wants to put lava around us. So,
yeah.
Okay. My immediate action, or for my first action, I will move with the speed in this armor. I think I can go, I don't exactly know how far. I need to look up the calculation, but it's decently far.
What is your speed number? I can do this.
Well, my speed number, and it doesn't give it in the armor, because the speed number actually gives me 120 miles an hour.
Okay.
But I know your speed times 15 is your feet per round.
Yeah.
Right.
And your speed
Right,
times
your
15
speed
in brackets divided by actions is
actions.
speed. Yeah.
Feet per action. Yeah, exactly. I'll get that for you, but let's just say for now, I want to move. We'll call it 60 feet around the Coliseum. Like I'm moving around.
Yeah,
you
we're flanking.
Not directly toward.
We're spreading. Yeah.
Correct. I want
because
to make
we
it
were,
harder for her.
and I consider that a good judgment, because we were shown the exact repercussions of forming up ranks, like this, how the CS fought them.
That's right. Don't be in a small area. Okay. Then let's see if we can make something very funny happen. The elemental, is it like, how is it interposing itself? Does it look like it's going to literally be able to take hits for her?
Yes, it is. So there's a bodyguard thing you can do. And so it's bodyguarding her, which what it does is it gives her partial cover. And anything that doesn't hit her hits it just straight up. It's essentially like a wall.
So it becomes like a does it become like a rollover, like an AR, or is it just like if I hit her it automatically hits him?
So since it's partial cover, to be able to hit her you need to make a called shot. And if you succeed, it just hits her.
Got it.
And if you don't, it hits him and takes hit off of his stuff. He can try to dodge into it. Look out, Mr. President, but that's hard to do. Generally, it just makes it so that you have to do called shots against the mage.
Yes, with you. Okay. Understood. All right. You know what? We're gonna do that.
Oh, before, I don't want to interrupt you too much, but we have a
Sorry.
mathematician in chat here with advanced math. That suit can move at 120 miles an hour, so he can run about 175 feet per second.
Cool. Oh, there you go. Great.
I assume
Awesome.
he means action and not second.
Who knows? Maybe it does mean per second. Either way, I can easily make the distance that I
Yeah.
got to. So
Yeah,
that's
whatever
good.
distance you want to make, you can get there.
I will use 2 of my actions to make a called shot.
All right.
I'm
So you
tracking
have
my actions here.
Yeah, you got you've locked in a called shot,
That is correct.
and
I will be on her.
Yeah, we're going on her then. All right. So it's between you and Serpica. Next up is, so we're locking that in, and then after the second action, it'll happen, and we'll move on with that.
Yep.
The next down the line was Papa Pill. And so, who does Papa Pill want to fight? Who does he want to pair off with? He'll just do something fucking goofy. All right, he's got his Sai Sword Mambele throwing axe thing. And so he whips it at the group and quick draws both revolvers and double ricochet shots off of it, trying to hit everybody. One person with a bullet each, and one whoever happens to be in the middle with the Sai Sword. Hey, Vince isn't in the middle. Who happens to be in the middle?
I think I might happen to be in the middle.
Yeah, I think Morbius might be in the middle.
Well, these ricochets aren't doing. These ricochets aren't likely to hit. They just really look cool, especially because Vince is quite a bit off to the side. The angle required would be ridiculous, but sharpshooting gives you ridiculous shots. So he's gonna straight miss Vince on the ricochet shot, and the other ricochet shot is going at Jupes. Which is potentially a hit with a 14.
Okay. And this is against my...
This is against either, basically your dodge if you wish. Now, because you have a Sai shield, you can parry it because it's a shield. So you can go for a parry as well. A parry is free, a dodge costs an action.
I'll go for a parry.
Sure.
With the Sai shield.
All right, roll it up.
And is that a D20?
Yeah, D20 plus your parry bonus.
Ooh, that's not good. Well,
you need to match a 14.
Well, that's good news because I got a 15 with the +1.
All right. The bullet burrows partially into the Sai shield and just hangs there in the air, and so it's the one physical object surrounded by glowing psychic energy now.
Mm-hmm.
And the Mambele in the beginning. Can this guy see invisible? Because your phantom is naturally invisible.
Mm-hmm.
He is ultra crazy, so he can naturally see invisible. So he does know that it's there. But he's still not called shotting, because that would take too long. And he wants to just whip it. And if it hits the thing, whatever.
Well, there is also, so my energy field is 8 feet around me.
Oh, is it?
If that affects anything, yeah.
Oh, yeah, well then that would...
a Halo 3 bubble shield kind of deal.
Then that would also probably encompass your phantom as well.
Yes. He's big, he's not that big.
Yeah. So he's not called shouting, he's just throwing the thing. And he gets like a 26 and completely hits the shield, the barrier, if you will. And, time to roll a whole bunch of dice.
Boy, that's
All right.
a lot of dice.
Next adventure, maybe I really should do like a digital dice rolling program, actually. I'm kicking it old school here, but... Wow, exactly 50.
Okay.
This Mambele axe sticks into the outer shield, and then like there's a delay and a stupid like little explosion for 50 damage to the shield.
50 damage. All right, shield is still kicking.
And I should mention, it then disappears and like rematerializes. It's got auto boomerang action on it.
Of course.
That you can throw anyway.
Because that's the coolest possible thing it could do, and so that's what it does.
Yeah, and a note on shields is, according to the rules, the last singular, like it absorbs the last hit when it breaks. There's no trample damage, in other words.
That's right. If there's like 1,000 mega damage and it has 1 point left, it takes it all.
Yeah,
It's putting it through the ringer.
Go.
specifically, technically, you could put up a 1 MD barrier and then and then be thrown into the sun, and you're fine for like 1 second, or have a nuclear bomb go off or something. Anyway, that is Papa Pill's action. We're kind of honestly sort of picking a fight with everyone here. Next up is Jupes.
Is movement is
Movement
a
is free.
action, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can move
Does that
up to.
shot resolve? Or no, it'll resolve next. Yeah, because it's 2. Okay,
Yeah, it's
sorry,
2.
go ahead.
It's 2. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, keep going.
So, you see the little gaps in the armor kind of slide apart. The steam hisses out.
Mm-hmm.
You hear the faint whine of the afterburners as I take off completely vertically. How close together are the juicer and the warlock?
Okay, so you guys are spreading out tactically. Because they're at the top of somewhat of a pyramid, that thing's like, geez, maybe 30 foot. That thing's maybe a 30-foot cube. So they're pretty close together.
No one could ever fault me for not having a flair for the dramatic.
Mm-hmm. That's what this whole game is fully about. Yes.
So you see the panels on the top jets of the power armor slide open, and vertically a volley of mini missiles fires out. They shoot up into the air and then split like an anime.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm firing a volley of plasma mini missiles at the top of the pyramid.
All right. Are these dumb, guided, or smart?
I believe these are dumb.
Okay.
I don't think I started with like guided.
True. Yeah. All right. And what's the volley amount?
The volley is 4.
All right. Give me a roll on that one. So this is
D20.
Yeah, this is a D20 plus essentially most of your like targeting armor suit bonuses and stuff like that, but not physical prowess, not whatever.
Okay, that is a 15 before bonuses.
Okay.
Plus 1. And you'll have to forgive me. I'm new to this.
No big deal. It's the first. That's the point of the first adventure. Just getting comfortable with it. How do these mechanics even work out? I've heard some horror stories.
I hear grappling's a good idea.
I hear
So that
grappling's
is
a good idea. Yeah.
with all bonuses accounted for. That is a 19.
All right. We're gonna go for some auto dodges here. Natural 1 on Papa Pill for the auto dodge.
SMH.
That one's not gonna work out. Oh, by the way, how is Papa Pill dual wielding pistols and using a Psy Sword Mambele? Well, he has juggling, and he's an ultra crazy, so he's making it work. auto dodge on the Mega Juicer gets a 16. Pretty good, but not good enough. And Serpica doesn't do anything. She allows her fire elemental to take the brunt.
Sure.
Explosions do technically no damage to fire elemental because it's
naturally
concussion and fire and stuff. But hey, roll me some damage for the Mega Juicer and the Ultra Crazy.
I don't. Why is this not on the?
Each one's a
spec
D6
sheet?
times 10, or yeah, each one's a D6 times 10, if I recall correctly, for plasma.
D6 times 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's 4 of them. Oh, and the reason they were able to dodge is there's a rule about you can't dodge volleys of 4, but it's talking about guided and smart, not dumb.
Yeah. So is it D6 times 10 each, or you take all 4 and then you multiply it by 10?
I would roll 46 times 10 just to save time. It's equivalent.
Okay. So that is 130 MDC.
All right. All right, just marking down. All right, huge, really kind of glowing phosphorus style melty explosions. Just covering everything. Blowing out 2 big corner chunks at the top of the pyramid. Shit's flying everywhere. For a brief moment, there's like no blood from the rain, like because the rain's coming. There's a brief moment of like vacuum, and there's no rain in there, and then it all starts again. It's a fucking cutscene.
Yeah.
The Ultra Crazy and the Mega Juicer are staggered by this, but I'm not using the optional knockdown rules.
Sure.
Otherwise, literally every shot would just knock each other down back and forth for an entire combat. It would get kind of silly.
Right.
Yeah, we'd all be laying down the entire fight.
For some reason, they don't think you're going to do as much damage as you do. I don't know. It's weird on those tables. Anyway, big explodes. And how high up did you say you were going, or could you I guess it's a lift off, right? So you're not at like super speed immediately, but we'll say.
Yeah, I would say I went up about 100 feet.
Yeah. We have lift off.
And that is, if I recall correctly, that's one action. Like I have more.
Yeah, movement is free, and releasing a volley of missiles is an action.
Okay. I want to dial in on the Ultra Crazy and really, I more or less want to use the other 5 actions to blast him with the Dragon Killer particle rifle.
And so the people that we're kind of squaring off against a little bit is a little bit of a Vince versus Serpica, a little bit of a Jupes versus Papa Pill kind of thing.
Yeah. So that is a D20.
Oh wait, that was your one thing, right? And so then we're going through it as far as attacks are concerned.
Right.
So huge explosions, big fighting. And next up would be Serpico, but she's fighting Vince. We'll handle that in a second.
Yep.
Sorry, next up is Kodiak and then Serpico. So now Kodiak gets to go. And he's going to be... Damn, he wanted to fight Jupes, actually, because Jupes is the biggest one. And he wanted to fight the biggest one.
I have a feeling that this Ultra Crazy is highly dangerous from a range, and I don't like that.
I think it's fine.
How fast can this dude to run.
Ooh.
He has a speed of 90. He can run 65 miles an hour.
Oh, no.
Is that all?
Is that all?
On the fucking in the fast lane of the highway. He's like in the passing lane.
He builds his own highway to go faster on before traffic clears.
Yeah. So he can move 170 feet in an action.
Oh.
So this guy leaps off of the pyramid and like blood and mud and just like dust explode behind it, just beelining it straight towards the center of the party. He's over halfway there in like the blink of an eye.
Like one of those Dragon Ball takeoffs
Yeah.
where they like crouch and the ground cracks.
Oh, I hope I'm not that ground.
on his way in, he one hands the JA-12 and just makes a pot shot at CJ. And I don't believe he can't, he's not an invisible seer. And he ain't trying to called shot either. So he fires a laser blast at you. He's not trying to call shot. It just hits your phantom.
I still got a little bit of bubble left.
Oh, you still... Alright, so it hits the bubble in that case. And that's going to be a clean D6 times 10 plus 10.
Ooh.
60.
Okay, that pops the bubble.
And the rest of it is no trample damage. However, I will note that I will not be perfectly aligning 100% always to the no trample thing. It does create some silly situations.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, he quick draws out an entire ass rifle, blasts through your shield, and quick draws it, or quick holsters it back on a mag strip across his back as he's one hand like spinning this stupid ass pole saw from Russia. And he kind of gets a little bit of a baseball thing going for it. As it moves to the next series of combatants. Now we have Vince was squaring off against Serpica, right? So she's going.
Yep.
At this point. And my lady is casting a spell.
Typical.
Disgusting.
Can't trust him.
She casts a 1-action magic spell.
Okay.
And her scales, which were formerly dark green, shine bright yellow. And sort of sizzle with heat.
Okay.
And her elemental essentially fires off a, what's that thing called? Well, okay, fire blast. Yeah, well, that was obvious. All right. Her elemental fires off a fire blast. Looks like it has a 400-foot range, so we're in. And that's targeting you. And gets a 14.
Okay.
Which technically hits unless...
Yeah, indeed. I assume it's like some kind of ranged attack and so hence not parryable. So
it is a ranged fire blast, yeah.
Yes. So yep, I will attempt to dodge. 28.
Easily, in fact, very smoothly. Almost lazily dodging out of the way. Come up in a tight roll. Marked safe. It hits the Coliseum wall behind you and makes a really cool backlit explosion for you to pose in front of briefly.
Excellent. Excellent.
Before we go top of the order. And Vince is up first, and the called shot goes off. You were doing a called shot, if I recall.
I was.
Wait a second.
Oh, did we skip CJ? Are you casting a spell?
Yeah.
Pardon me.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. How far away is Kodiak from me? 'Cause
He was
up on
300 feet away. Now he is 130 feet away. After one breath,
Oh, Jesus.
he's gunning it.
Oh my god. I'm sure this is fine. I'm sure this is fine. I have a tiny question about spell ranges.
No problem.
Does it check adequate range when I start casting or when it goes off?
Goes off for sure.
Okay, so I could start casting a spell now, and if he is in range, it will potentially be successful?
That's a very interesting question. I'm gonna say yeah.
Okay.
If this becomes a real big problem later on, we'll just deal with it. But yeah, sure. Sure, here you
Okay,
go,
well,
kid.
I see what's going on. I see how the duels have been initiated. My bubble's been burst by a laser blast, and so I will, behind my safety of my phantom companion, I will begin waving my hands and channeling my potential psychic energy into a petrification spell, which will take 2 actions. I will begin the low muttering incantation, get the hand movements going.
Okay. The alerts are muted, but they are visible. Hey, thanks, Pigeon Scruff, for the big raid of 17. I appreciate it. TYVM.
Oh,
TY. All right, you go in deep on a spell cast. Drawing PPE. Everything is turning up. Now we're moving along to Vince. The called shot goes off. Go ahead and roll it. You find your opening, essentially.
Yeah. 25.
25. All right. The elemental is going to try to get down, Mr. President, jump in front of it.
Yes.
Because that will for sure hit her. He does not. Spends an action to do that, fails to dodge, and she is hit. Main body.
Okay. Cool. This is a fun gun. Because it's not a damage gun. This is a very different gun.
what a terrifying series of phrases.
Oh, is this the funny gun?
Mm-hmm. This gun breaks your brain. So I assume she is a mega damage creature, by the way.
Yeah,
like at this
she is.
moment. Okay, cool. And then in which case, she takes a point of mega damage.
Okay.
Okay. So whatever, not even worth marking. Who cares? The point is, it did some
But
amount of damage.
it does indeed cause damage, which is the foot in the door.
Correct. Yes.
We're in.
And she needs to make a save versus non-lethal poison, which has a base save of 16 or
Yes,
higher.
it does. All right, Serpic, save. Just checking on any of her race's resistances real quick. Impervious to fire for 3 separate different reasons. Vulnerable
She chose
to
the right
cold.
career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She knew what she was doing. She walked right into the front door and made her pact.
Vulnerable to cold, but she gets bonuses during hot temperatures. It's hot right
Neat.
now.
That's hot.
Okay, yeah, I think she's, as far as I can see, she's straight rolling.
Cool.
Non-lethal poison, which is, as I look this up, 16.
16, yeah.
Unnatural 18. This was a great idea. This was a great idea, actually.
Such a shame.
That will work 3 out of 4 times, for sure.
It's always the way. Every time I shoot a gun in a game, the first time I connect with somebody, this is the kind of thing that happens every time. That's okay. That's all right. That's okay.
I consider it a good idea because it really would have worked.
Oh, don't worry, we're not done yet. At any rate, that's fine.
Clever idea, comma, futile.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, exactly. That's okay. Even though she saved, okay, so because she saved, she is -5 to strike, parry, and dodge. So -5 to SPD.
Yep.
She loses initiative. So she drops to like initiative 1 or whatever that means, right?
Yeah.
And she automatically loses 1 attack. And those penalties persist.
What a gun.
For just wait until for the next 3 rounds.
Oh,
just wait. If this had actually clocked her, it's so much better.
Yeah. I believe these stack too, right? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
They do, yeah.
So if you hit her again, it's -10.
Correct.
Look, I did a job, hyping these people up, and they're really good. But now also, look, the party is good too.
Well, they didn't know that we were him.
They didn't know, but you know what? They're gonna learn today. Anyway,
Okay,
so since your thing goes off, you do that.
Yep.
And it does certainly have an effect, despite the thing. So she loses initiative. Essentially, her initiative is 1. Which means she goes after CJ now.
Let's go.
And she won't be... I was going to do a little bit of a cinematic thing. Sometimes they want you to pair off people and have a little back and forth. But there will be no back and forth because she is mentally addled.
You hate to see it.
Don't read too much into that. Anyway, next up is the Papa Pill versus Jupes battle.
He's just been painted with plasma.
Yeah. And he's like shaking it off. It's crazy because he's in cargo shorts and no shirt.
Yeah.
With his own stupid ass face doing a troll face thing tattooed on his own chest. And he was just covered in essentially like mega damage napalm. And he shakes it off like a wet dog and whips his sai sword at you. And goes for like a running mega leap. I don't think he has the distance to do it, but he's trying.
He's given 110%.
So he whips the sai sword at you. Shoots. And let me get the number on that. That's a 21 to strike.
Ooh.
You can parry for free or dodge for an action.
Yeah, I'm gonna parry. So I've got to beat it.
Ty goes to defender in this game for all things.
Ooh. It's only a 19.
All right. So this bypasses and hits you. Let me roll a bunch of dice here.
Oh boy, yay.
It's fine, you have a robot suit.
It's true. And if he gets up here, I'm going to choke slam him into the ground.
34 MD.
Is that coming off of a particular part, or are we doing main body?
Main body. Everything hits
Okay.
main body by default, just for ease of playing the game, except for called shots.
They have to call shot. Yeah, the other parts.
Okay.
Called
Got it.
shots, you can do whatever. And interestingly, in ranged combat, a missed called shot, like if you straight miss it, it will hit the main body.
Right.
Oh.
But not if they
But you still have
successfully...
to get but you still have to clear the base number to
You
hit,
still have to
right?
hit the base number to actually hit something, which I think is 5 or 7 or something like that. In melee,
takes
a missed
me-
called shot is a straight miss, though.
That takes me to 201 on my main body.
All right, so he did a running leap off of the edge of the pyramid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I include my psi shield into my main body MD, yes?
Technically,
Yeah.
it's a second layer of armor, so it would be.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be eroded first?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Like it didn't.
So
It
here's
didn't
the
actually scratch your armor yet, which matters because we'll have to repair this
Yeah.
stuff. This stuff costs money.
And so
Shields
the
don't.
the reason why size shields are so sick is because you can roll a parry, and if you parry with them, you're good. And if you fail, it probably hits the shield anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Size shield took some damage.
Yeah.
We're good.
So he does a crazy psychic techno leap off the edge of the pyramid, and his Mambele that bounced off of your shield, he in midair takes like a step for a second jump off of it as it comes back to him. And so we're pausing there because that's like the end of his actions for that round, but he's like extra double. He essentially does a double jump. Like in that stupid ass dragon. What was that bad one? Not Dragonheart. With Christian Bale in it. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, Rain of Fire.
Yeah, Rain of Fire.
Oh,
He's doing it. We had to bring Rain of Fire into this game for some reason.
but it's so cool. That's Patrick Bateman. He's fighting dragons.
Yeah. Patrick Rainman.
Patrick Rainman. I love that movie.
And we'll pause there with Papa Pill in midair, slowly moving towards you after his double jump. And oh, look, it's your turn.
Oh, fancy that.
Mm.
Well, seeing as he's a big dumb idiot target in the middle of the air,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take aim and blast at him with the Dragon Stopper particle beam.
Sure. For reference, in slow motion, his tongue is lolling out of his mouth like a dog with its head out the window.
And I'm not cold shotting, but I want to aim for his stupid face tattoo on his chest.
Okay. Yeah, that's main body, so we're good there. I'll roll the shoot.
That is a 22 with bonuses.
He's going to, in midair, do like a ballerina, kind of move his arms in for some centrifugal and try to like spin auto dodge away from this thing.
He's going to pirouette.
He's going to pirouette away. Fluffles away. Hey, he pretty good, but it doesn't beat a 21. And it especially doesn't beat a 21 now that you're in almost close range with a hefty dodge penalty. And so you got him. Roll damage.
Oh, wouldn't you know, that's 66 plus 10 MD. Roll 66. That is 33.
All right.
Not all you MD freaks.
Taken 166 so far.
Oh my god.
The big blaster. All right. Moving on down the line.
I like to imagine that I have to like send a small burst through the jets to offset myself when I shoot this thing.
Yeah, it's probably programmed into it, I bet.
Oh, it's automatic. It's balanced. It's perfect.
Kodiak, continues his like absolute train, just running straight towards CJ.
Like
his lips are just a straight line.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he looks like a fucking Gears of War character.
His arms are just pumping. And he does a giant leap into the air and goes for a two-handed overhand at the very bottom end of the pole. The pole's like bending with him swinging it straight down at you. This is a leaping power attack.
Jesus.
However, that's 2 actions.
2 actions.
And so he is floating in midair as well, going for like legs buckled backwards. You know, he's really going for it on this one. And next up would be Serpica, but she is mentally addled. She's dizzled. And so is CJ.
Okay.
You finish your spell.
complete the casting of my petrification.
All right. And hey, who are you targeting?
I'm targeting Kodiak.
Hey, good luck.
All right, he has to make a standard spell or magic save
Yes.
of 12 plus the spell strength of the caster, which is 1.
So he needs a 13.
He needs a 13.
All right. Well, sometimes you gotta learn the hard way. Man has a 30 PE. So we need to roll a 2.
Oy.
Come on, 1.
Maybe he can get a
18.
1.
So
Okay, not quite.
Got a 29 or something. He
Okay,
manages to resist the petrification.
Okay. Okay.
But
that's
now
fine.
we know for the future.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. Live and learn.
He says from the crater.
It's fine. I have invulnerable armor.
He's fine. He's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it, Tayo.
Serpica Killatrix. What's she doing? Her next spell. Oh, is that a 2-rounder? Yeah. She starts going in on a 2-rounder. Big spell casting. And her minor elemental is going to save its actions for defensive. Because she tells it to. The ease at which Farzan dodged its flame blast, she's just like, we gotta circle the wagons. To me, my servant, you know, some shit like that.
For me.
How many actions we got left? We're about halfway through, I think, on them. For this
I am halfway through.
combat round.
Yes, I have used 3 of my actions so
All right, we're starting over.
Yep.
Starting over the Vince.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I am referencing a rule real quick. I
No
was
problem.
hoping to have it referenced by the time it came to me. I apologize.
Well, her spell would have happened and it would have wasted more time, but she went for the big double. This is a big one.
You went fast on me. Yes, absolutely. Okay, no problem. I just need to check something real quick. One moment. The fun of Rifts is always in checking rules. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is said without most irony. Actually, it's fun. It's fun to look up all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's 130 books. It has to be fun to look stuff up, or you're not playing the right game.
Okay.
Oh, I'll give you guys a little something in that case while we wait. All right, Serpica's really digging deep. Does that wizard thing where you kind of clutch both hands way down and lifting them up, you know. And there is just the faintest rectangular outline, maybe, along the ground.
Like she's gonna leave? What? I
No.
don't know. Oh, okay. Oh, like she's gonna put up a box?
Like more near you guys on the ground, actually.
Ah, okay, got it. All
just
right,
the
cool.
faintest.
Understood. Yeah, she's going for the big lava thing. All right, great. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the lunatic, crazy, and the mega juicer have both closed in on my companions. Is that correct? They have left her alone on the temple.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. That is what we were looking for. Okay.
Wonderful.
So I will move 175 feet towards her. Okay.
Jesus.
Like what is it, like Trains in the Night? You and the mega juicer
just exactly. And then I will we are going to we're gonna call shot on her again. That's fine. we'll do that.
Lining up
So
another
that'll
shot.
resolve next round.
Yep.
I'm done.
All right, Papa continues his pirouette through the air and goes for like something like a 720 into a combat attack. This is just a normal ass strike.
Normal ass
On
strike.
Jupes in midair. Gets a 20 not natural.
Then I roll to contest.
Yep. Parry if you want.
Yeah, I'll try to parry.
No minuses to this. It's melee, so.
18.
Oh, not quite.
Not quite.
But it does hit the shield. $39 to the side shield.
Okay. It's not
Scrapes
awful.
off, slashes a trail along it. On its path across your side shield, it knocks the bullet loose. And it like moves past your cheek in a real cool way, and then he is like kind of starting to fall down through the air. And next up is you. What's your immediate response?
My immediate response, so I imagine like slow motion, he's like legs behind him, like arm outstretched with the weapon, hits the side shield, starts to fall. I immediately like full power to the afterburners on the jets, like dive bomb him with a heavy attack from the buzzsaw.
Sure. This will be a strike roll.
This will be a strike roll. D20. Okay, so natural 17 plus... I know I've got some bonuses to strike. I think.
Yeah. This will be physical prowess bonus goes into this WP. It's probably written near the melee weapon. At this level, you probably have a +1 to strike from your WP sword or melee weapon, maybe. And then what's your physical prowess?
Character sheet 27.
Okay. What is that? I think that's a +6. Yeah, I think that's a +6 to strike.
Okay. So after all said and done, that is 26.
What was your bonus?
So 17 plus 6.
Yeah.
Plus 1 from...
Oh, sure, yeah. From the armor as well.
Yeah, from the armor. I'm sorry, 25.
All right. He goes for a parry, actually, instead of an auto dodge this time, because we're in melee. And you said 25?
Yeah.
Oh, close. But he does not parry it, and he is hit by the angle grinder that opened the
Opened the
safe not 15 minutes ago. Roll damage.
Let's see. Handheld weapons, buzzsaw. This is 1d4 times 10. 2, so 20.
All right. Are you turn on your afterburners and start just like kind of Superman flying him and chopping him up.
So
as
the
you're...
idea was stick the buzzsaw into him and then just like full on I have a max speed of like 415 miles per hour, like unto a comet striking the earth,
General
just driving him. Yeah, just driving him into the ground.
All right. That will happen later, but it is in the process of happening, and he takes the damage from the weapon for sure. I wondered how long both of you would manage to stay in the air at the same time with him just kind of wiggling around, double jumping and shit.
I want him out of my airspace.
Yeah. Kodiak Johnson comes down with an overhand power strike. After having leapt into the air and resisting the magical energies of the petrification, he lands on the ground and goes for the hit. Very luckily for you, he can't see the invisible.
Ooh.
And so this is probably going to hit the elemental instead. Oh, it's really going to hit the elemental.
Oh,
Hey, I hope you didn't give it a name, because it doesn't matter anymore. He got a natural 20, which is a critical hit, which does double damage. And he's doing a power attack, which does double damage.
Oh.
When you double a double in this game, it becomes a triple.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I am...
Your phantom is about to take some damage here, okay?
Okay.
$168.
Okay, so that's... Okay, so there is no longer a... 168, yeah, there's no longer a phantom.
Oh no.
The phantom is simply bisected, like Grove in Vampire Hunter D. This dude lands in the ground and a weird, like, cylindrical crater just forms around both of you and chunks slightly into the ground like a core sample. And then there's an explosion. And that phantom is gone.
He's gone. Okay.
And the Mega Juicer is like kind of just feeling it. He's feeling. He's like, and he like he like sees what happened with the phantom thing, and he's like pointing at you like, oh you next time. Oh man, it's gonna be so good.
This guy's a psycho.
Yeah, I tried to impress upon you that this was a mercenary squad of fucking psychos.
I'm going to tighten my tie and do a big gulp.
You can take an action too.
I would like to take an action. In fact, that action will be to cast Time Slip.
Oh, everything freezes. The world becomes black and white.
Zao will roll down.
What does this spell do? Why don't you explain it to the audience?
Time Slip. The invocation momentarily suspends time, enabling the spellcaster to slip 7 seconds into the future. The mage can move forward 7 seconds while all around him are caught in the past. The magic is such that the character cannot physically hurt any living creature, but can move about the physical environment, open doors, grab an item, run, etc. The effect will appear to others as if the character disappears for an instant and then suddenly reappears a few seconds later. All around him lose 2 attacks that melee round, but the mystic retains all of his.
Okay. Johnson will yeah, this is Dio. Yeah, Dio Brando.
Dio Brando.
So we had fire the JA, then jump leap attack, so that's 3. So he's gonna lose 2 more, that's 5. for Kodiak has used 5 actions now. Zawaruldo. Papa Pill has thrown, quick draw, shoot both. Then he leapt off of the thing and whipped it. And then he jumped off of the thing and physically attacked. So we're on 3 for him, -2 is 5. And Serpica has... Damn, she was about to finish that spell too, but it's waiting. She's done 3 so far, and she loses 2, which is 5. So she's, I think, possibly out of actions. And her spell might go off, like, technically next round or something.
Oof.
Let me look and see what her shit is. Nah, she's got 6 attacks, we're good. She has 1 more, and it's gonna be this last one.
Oh, jeez.
What do you do in the interim?
So the first
Because
thing
you get like
do,
you essentially get a free action at this moment to do whatever.
Yeah. So I'm gonna move.
Mm-hmm.
7. Let's see. What is exactly my? I'm gonna move 78.75 feet away from the Mega Juicer. It won't save me, but it'll feel nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will, once I get that distance away, I'm going to cast Phantom again with that my action.
Okay.
And I will tell it to bodyguard me.
That was number 3, right? For your actions?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so if I can't, can I not take actions in this time? Or...
No, that's fine. I'm
Okay,
I'm
just
tracking
wanna be
your
sure.
total number of actions, right?
Yeah, so that's number 4. That'll be because I did petrification, then I cast time slip, which is an action.
Yeah.
Right, and then phantom. So that's all 4.
Okay. All right. We're on Serpica, and she finishes casting her spell. Which things have changed, but she still just does it anyway. The huge rectangle, it is 40 by 240 or something like that. I think so. We have Jupes is in the air, and Farzin has flanked wide, and CJ has time slipped and repositioned away. And so the humongous, like, excavated rectangle of a river of lava, like it's a moving kind of almost whitewater sort of lava river.
Ooh.
Basically sloshes from one end of the Colosseum to another in a line. And the only person it hits is Kodiak Johnson, because everybody else either stopped time to move away, is flying, or pre-moved.
That's perfect strategy.
Nailed it.
On time,
Let's
every time.
go.
When you can control time, you're on time.
Hey, you know what the saving throw is for this?
I hope it's
For magic?
For River of Lava?
uh
If you guess no save, you are right.
No, yeah, there you go.
no save river time.
Good
Kodiak, does this Mega Juicer have like half damage from fire? So I don't think so. I think he's just a big fucking boy. Yeah, he's just huge. Man takes 2d6 times 10 MD for being caught in essentially a river of lava.
Get fucked, idiot.
He takes 100 MD.
Ooh. Jesus.
ranked military units, that is a very destructive spell.
Yeah, it's the CS killer, that's for sure. It's such a battlefield spell. So good against vehicles too.
Yep.
All right, he is like caught. Kind of like, I don't know, the goggles do nothing. Actually, it's like the fucking thing from The Simpsons. He is splashing around like T-1000 in the molten metal end. Lights on fire, lights on SDC fire, lights on MD fire. Shit's melting. He's like gritting his teeth. Parts of his face are kind of coming off. And he is like waiting very quickly and also angrily. Like out of it. This guy is essentially wading through a river of lava and he's not dead. Jesus. He's like, it's a good thing juicers can't feel pain. Because he'd be getting some of the real spicy like at this moment. Hey, Vince, it's your turn.
Hey, pop, pop.
Pop, pop, watch him drop.
Pop, yeah.
That will be a 20. Not like a natural 20, just like total.
Yeah,
Is
this
the
is the called shot.
Yes, correct.
Elemental gets a, oh no. Elemental gets a nat 1 to jump in front of the president. Not extra failure, it just looks embarrassing.
Second verse, same as the first, but baby. So, 1 damage. And let's see that save.
All right. Non-lethal poison, straight rolling.
Correct. Straight rolling.
11.
Okay,
Save.
that's what we wanted to hear.
Exactly what happens here.
So, does she count as an augmented opponent? Like, is she a juicer or crazy?
No.
Is she at that level? Okay.
No.
In which case, then?
She is simply a DB who happens to be mega.
Yeah, cool. Then the following
wizard,
is the description.
Yeah.
She is -10 to any action she takes. She has no initiatives. Her attacks and actions per melee are reduced to 1. Any skill she attempts is at -80%. Her speed is reduced by 95%, and she suffers from repeated painful seizures for the next... All of this persists for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, is that all?
That's all.
I'm going to do
Jesus.
seizures parenthetical
That's it.
painful.
Yeah. They cause damage if you're like... If you can take normal damage,
Yeah.
but she can't, so...
You'll love to hate to see it.
Yeah.
So, you shoot her for the first time, and she manages to, finish the spell and do all this stuff. At the second time, though, she peeks out to do the lava thing, realizes at the last minute that time had changed, and that guy moved over there, and this guy moved over here, and then she is hit, and then there are no thoughts at all. Her
She goes
psyche...
clear.
Her psyche is a broken mirror
No brain.
of pain and anguish, and she essentially collapsed in a heap on top of the pyramid, just sort of wiggling around a little bit. She can technically do one thing next melee round, maybe, but not good. She's at a total at this moment of -15 on strike, parry, dodge. Basically auto fails every skill. Automatically goes last at initiative phase 1. Can't move. Well, 5% normal speed. For all intents and purposes, this opponent is defeated. Hey, all right.
Damn. Just like that.
Well, that's what effective combat looks like.
Well, that's what would have happened if man failed his save, but unfortunately you chose the one guy with plus 1,000,000 to magic saves instead of the 2 people that didn't, but unlucky. Never lucky. This is fine. New game, new world, new system. We'll get used to it. Papa Pill is being like Superman thrusted almost towards the ground at this moment.
Correct.
He's going to damn, is he gonna do like the smart thing or the cool thing? He is not gonna do the smart thing.
I believe you defined that answer when you said he's an ultra crazy.
Yeah. All right, he's going to try to entangle hold on you in your power armor.
Okay.
So he gets a 15 plus his PP bonus, so it's 21. And so this is avoided by a parry or dodge of a 21.
I'll parry. That's not gonna do it. That's a 9.
Okay, so he essentially gets you in like kind of a bear hug headlock sort of thing. Both combatants are now considered helpless. And it's like a CC, right? But what he wants to do is if he's gonna crash at 400 miles an hour into the ground, he's gonna try to at the last minute like do a fucking suplex thing, and you will both essentially crash into the ground, whatever the rules of crashing are.
Sure.
Which right now I'm gonna have to look up because I can't remember what they are.
Yeah, they are in there.
They are in there.
Of course they are. They got a rule for everything. It's great. It's the perfect game.
Oh, it's per some amount of speed too, I think, right? Okay. If anyone was thinking about getting a drink, something like that, you know, by all means.
You can go buy some stocks. You can go and adopt a baby.
Yeah. All right, I can't just stop. This is too interruptive. There is a rule to this. It exists. I really would like to look it up.
I'll look for it while
later.
you're going. You go. I'll look for it. I've got the book open. I can look for it. I can help.
Great. In any case, he wraps you up and goes for essentially a power bomb in this, but not like so that you take the damage, so that both people. He's like, let's go. Mm-hmm. And then you crater into the ground. There's a humongous like dirt, blood, mud explosion. Lightning strikes. You both take probably a shitload of damage, or maybe none. Something happens, man, and it's sweet. And Vince will look it up briefly.
We'll get to that in a moment. The exact results of it will be pending. 1
like millisecond before you hit, there's an explosion, and you don't know what happened. Next up is Jupes, who what he does it'll depend on that, but we're freezing that cinematically, and we're getting to Kodiak, who is currently angrily power wading through a river of lava. He is on fire. Part of his face is melting off, and he essentially jumps out of the pool and lands and goes for a complete like wet dog, shaking magma and lava all over the place. He's still on fire and he's breathing heavy. And he's like scans the scene looking for where CJ is. He sees Serpic is down. Damn, getting out of the lava actually, according to the spell, takes a while. So he's just going to try to shoot you. He has a lot less movement at this exact moment. But he is booking it.
Oh, jeez.
Perhaps somehow angrier.
Somehow.
Oh, no, he rolls a nat 1.
Oh, got him.
Damn, this dice is really, these dice. A true miss, straight misses, which means your elemental doesn't take damage either.
Love to see it.
Yeah, he quick draws out a shot, but he accidentally aims with the eye that's gone, and then puts the rifle back.
Accidentally.
I have the rules at hand for
All right,
surviving a crash landing.
What happens at crash landing?
So this is the rules for aircraft crash landing, but I assume it's pretty much what's going on here, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So we begin. The pilot must roll under their piloting skill with a penalty that can range from -30% to 50%, typically -40% unless the vehicle description states otherwise.
We'll go with 40.
So there you go.
And his pilot skill is
All right.
insane because he's a psi tech, so this might actually work. He might actually just avoid the crash.
My piloting skill is just a casual 127%.
Oh, is that all?
Cash.
Well, it becomes possible to fail now. See, this is why we track it above 100.
Damn. Imagine.
That is a 27.
Yeah, and that's way under 120 minus 40 or something like that. So now that we have passed the piloting check, what happens? Do we just avoid the crash? Or is this like a roll with impact for half damage or something?
Yeah, exactly. A successful roll under the piloting skill number means the pilot manages to make a good crash landing. Normally, if it was in a vehicle, it would be reduced to scrap or something. Or it wouldn't, like, the vehicle's hosed, but you're alive. You're not in a reinforced pilot compartment, so you will still suffer damage. Basically, a successful crash landing means troops and or cargo, anybody inside the crash landing takes a D4 times 10 mega damage.
Okay.
Those inside, yeah, that's right. That's what happens.
How fast?
If you're using the rules for being damaged inside your armor, then you can actually take damage. You know what I mean? The optional rules for getting jostled in your armor, that can also happen.
Yeah, when I use stuff like that, it's it just does the damage to the person. Like if they're SDC, they take SDC. If they're MD, they take MD. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it has a different amount of damage it does in that case, but in this case, it's just D410 to the participants.
Okay. Yeah.
If the other guy didn't and counts as taking the brunt of this, like if his pilot check meant 7 managed to like turn him or something, I'll let you count this, but I'll give you the rules for an unsuccessful crash landing. Means you just basically smash into the ground. And that's 3d4 times 10 plus 30 mega damage. So I'll leave it to you if you want him to take the other guy to take the enhanced damage or not, or if they both just take the same. Whatever you want to do.
I use the jostle around thing. We're gonna do a pilot check on the other guy. All right. Jupes, are you MD or SD?
As a normal man?
As a person.
I believe I'm SD.
All right. You're going to take 40 SDC.
Holy shit. Uh-huh.
And what was the big crash?
3d4 times 10 plus 30.
So 80 plus 30.
Oh. Oh.
All right, so we're closing on like 296 or something like that. Okay, so what had happened was you're basically wrestling over control of this. But he's not, like, he's kind of in charge physically, but not really. And you roll a pilot check and super succeed. And essentially crush him into the ground and then crash. And then your whole body, like, smushes up against the front of the robot thing and take 40 SD. And he gets smashed into the ground and exploded. And there's a humongous just cloud of debris. The vehicle probably takes damage, yes. What did we?
Yeah, like in general, if it's an aircraft, the aircraft is just like done for, but the vehicle would take the D4 times 10 or the 3D4 times 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So the vehicle's going to take the D4 times 10 MD, which is 30. So the armor takes 30.
Would that go into my shield?
At this exact moment, probably not.
Okay.
But the armor takes 30, you take 40, and Guy takes like 80 or something. Plus 30. What, yeah. Whatever it was. I wrote it down.
110.
110, yeah.
Jesus. Hey, I'd hate to be that guy.
You know, all things considering, I actually came out of this all right.
Yeah.
Had you failed the check,
Well,
I
other
think the
than the
official
fact that
rule
I have-
is very, very bad. So there is that.
Don't crash.
Other than the fact that I have 3 SDC left.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So aside from that,
You're fine.
Which is okay. Like,
Yeah.
because then you go into hit points. SDC, it doesn't mean superficial damage generally to a human. That's like bruises and bumps and
yeah.
cuts and stuff, but it's not permanent damage. When you get to
HP
hit
is your
points,
life
that's when your
force.
bones
That's-
are
yeah.
breaking.
It's fine.
And,
It's fine.
you know, the armor still has a healthy 206 plus 89 on the shield.
Mhm.
It's
Oh
fine.
my God.
Who's next? We did Kodiak, and now
That
it's
was me.
CJ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, so I've used all my actions for the round.
Okay, then you're
Does
done.
that reset? Okay, yeah, then I'm done.
Vince, you got any left?
I do. I have 3 actions left, as a matter of
Nice.
fact.
All right.
So we did pass me to put on hold. Am I like dazed from this, I'm assuming?
Oh, okay. I was thinking that the rolling the pilot check and doing that would be probably considered an action
Got it.
to not super smash. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, proceed.
Whose turn?
With Vince's turn, yes.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right. Well, she's down and probably not dodging. And I assume Homeboy, her elemental, like, what does he look like he's doing?
Her
Like, is he
elemental
just kinda-
continues to bodyguard her, as was his last order.
as was his last order. Yes. Okay. Cool.
She's not
and I
dead, so he's not
assume-
gone, but he's just standing there.
Sure. I mean, that's completely logical. I would assume as much. I assume Homie G cannot bodyguard, like, explosions.
Kinda, but it would be like a half damage, if anything.
Like, yeah, basically my question is, if I drop a bunch of grenades in that area, what, like, can he just absorb all of that damage somehow mystically, or
No.
can he, or does, like,
He would
Okay.
take nothing, but she would definitely take something.
yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Mhm.
All right, well, that's fine. I mean, I know she's only got 1 action left, but, you know, let's not mess around here. I'll come back and help them if they need some help.
Mhm.
Let's be simple with this. Let's from where I am. One moment, let me make sure I've got range on this with my grenade launcher. I think I do. Sorry, many different ranges.
That's fine.
Yeah, 1,200 feet. Very good. Okay, and so no. Simple enough. There you go. Yep. Okay, cool. So we're just going to drop 6 fragmentation grenades in that area.
All right. You do.
That's-
She cannot dodge because she's out of actions,
Mm-hmm.
and would be at minus 15 to do so.
Seems like a reasonable place to start.
And
Okay.
so these just go off, and she just gets hit by them.
Yep. Blah, blah. I will give you damage. One moment. I have to get a lot of dice.
So you know it's a lot of damage. He has to go get more dice.
Okay. So 6 grenades. All right. That would be 72 mega damage to everything in that area.
And what type of explosions are these?
These are fragmentation, so I assume that's like fire, frag grenades, right?
Yeah.
Like
so it's like
some kind of
it's like half and
fire
half. Then it's not like
yeah.
plasma.
I think they're supposed to be half and half. Yeah. I think that's right.
If it was plasma, she would take none, but we'll say it's half and half. How much damage did you say?
72. Is that what I said? I think that's right.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Her scales turn from yellow back to green. The burst into flame spell has been canceled, and she's into not hit points, but like her form.
Okay.
She managed to survive because she's immune to fire.
Sure. Well, don't worry. We got 2 more actions still.
We'll get there.
Get there. That's my action.
Papa Pill is planted in the ground. All of his limbs are like pointed in goofy ass directions. Right after like a Zangief ultimate. And he's not really moving. Jupes, it's your turn. That was a shock. But
yeah,
you're up.
I'm a bit rattled, which is fine. I'm going to take off into the air again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go about 150 feet up. And while he's like down, I'm just going to lay into him with the particle rifle.
All right. Wait, who?
Papa Pill.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna call this quick thinking idea or action.
Ooh.
Because he was definitely using the psychic power, feign death, and was gonna pull some bullshit later. All right, what's the roll?
Yeah, not on me. Said quick thinking. The roll is 13 plus 1. What gives a bonus to shooting again? I apologize.
Just WP, basically, and things that specifically say bonus to ranged. So some vehicle imaging systems, things like that. It's not physical prowess unless you're specifically aiming.
So I've got WP.
If you have it in the gun
energy
you're
rifle.
shooting in, it should be that, which is +1 at level 1.
Yeah.
And then if you have, do you have power armor elite in your power armor? I mean, I assume
he does.
Right? Then that's another +2 to strike at range. That does apply to the guns.
Okay, so that would be +1 plus. You said +3.
+2 from power armor elite.
Yeah, so you're probably
okay. So
probably
plus
3.
4 total, so 17.
Okay. Yeah, just hits him.
Or 16. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He was in a feign death psychic power. He was trying to pull some bullshit actually, and so you just hit him, and he like wakes up from this trance that he psychically put himself in with a real shocked look on his face. And he says, "Oh, fuck, I'm caught." Gah. What's the damage on this thing? My ruse.
That is 34 MD.
How did he know?
That is 34 MD.
Okay. That puts it over 300. He's actually dead. Like, that killed him. That shot him through the heart. And he
Holy
was
shit, dude, you killed
I'm
him.
thinking like fucking Gundam Endless Waltz with the fucking giant wing Gundam particle rifle.
Oh, I thought you meant the dude who's like, I'm a genius. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
All right, Papa Pill is taken out. Kodiak is next. And just, he's not even like really paying attention. He's just
Oh.
beelining it for CJ.
Oh no.
And goes for a melee strike. And your elemental is, of course, invisible.
Mhm.
And manages to bodyguard you and will be hit.
Oh jeez.
And he doesn't crit this time.
Ooh. Okay. Crit on a powered attack. That was a lot of damage.
It's going to be 50.
I can
50 MD
Elemental
to the
can
thing.
deal with 50. He's still fine.
Rips through the wind, but it's kind of still there. Fuck your winds. This is bullshit. Serpica technically gets an action at this point. 1. No, she doesn't. She's out. That's next battle.
She's out.
She's out for
Yep.
a long time. Pardon me. Whose turn is it? CJ's now, I believe. He's out of
I'm
actions.
out of actions. Yeah.
And so we're up to Vince again. We're starting to run out of actions on people. We're closing the battle round down.
Absolutely. All right. I will close the rest of the distance up to her. And I will I'll just blast my way up the pyramid, sort of do a little power leap up in the air. I can leap 30 feet from a stand in this armor. Technically, I can leap 120 feet across, but I don't need to do that. And we will, both of the vibro katanas will come out in the tiny hands, and we will just go for a good old-fashioned double strike into her.
Sure. She will not be using a defensive action, but her elemental will try to.
I'm sure he will. Okay, so we've got... Oh, it's one roll, right? Not two? When you double strike?
It's a single roll, yeah.
Yeah. I've rolled 2 dice out of making 2 attacks. I've played a lot of D&D recently. Sorry, it's been a hot minute. I was like, wait a minute, something's wrong here. That would be a 20 total, or 21, sorry. 21 total.
All right. Elemental's going to try to...
Now, this is a paired weapons attack,
Yeah, it
etc.
is. And so it can only deal with one of them. But it will try. 16 won't do it.
Okie dokie. $28.
28. She has a very small amount of actual MD, so that might actually kill her. Let me see.
I got one more bite at this apple if I need to.
Yeah. No, that's it. Considering the other thing wasn't actually a shield, so there was spillover.
Gotcha.
She is double stabbed. Ugh, and almost kind of put out of her misery in a sense. This was a horrendous. It is all over. Papa Pill lays slain. Serpica lays stabbed and dead. Only Kodiak remains, and he is not looking great. I think the turn is Jupes, unless you've... How many actions have you used?
I think I'm actually done.
Okay. In which case, party should have one more, I think. And Kodiak.
Yeah, I have 1 action remaining.
All right.
Kodiak.
He's actually just chopping away at this thing.
Hey, cut it out.
60.
60? Okay, so that he has evaporated the phantom.
All right. And he moves in like
Again.
Absolute melee range. Like nose to nose.
This guy trying to wrestle?
He's gonna probably try to use a human shield in the future, but right now the turn's over and it's Vince's go.
Okay, so how far am I away from Homie G there?
At this point, something like 100 feet.
Okay, I will move to within, let's say, 10 feet of him. That sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just going to get right up on this guy, and then I am going to shoot him with a different interesting gun.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay.
The whole gambit.
Yeah, you ever watch that video? You know, you ever watch those cop videos of that thing that they shoot, that like bola that just like just wraps people up instantly all around them? This is like that, but mega damage. So, anyways, here we go. That would be a 20 on the strike for this guy.
All right, I'll go for an auto dodge, get a 14, and get got.
Yes. Okay, so he is gotten, so he's wrapped up. Now he's probably strong enough to break this. Okay, so like you can't bust the MDC bonds, like just Hulk your way out of him, unless you have a supernatural strength of 20, which I'm sure does, because he's a mega juicer, and like I believe their minimum PS in supernatural strength is like 25 or something.
Yeah.
But it takes an action.
Yeah, he has a supernatural 37.
That sounds about right to me. But until he takes that action to bust those things, okay, he cannot run. He loses initiative, and all combat bonuses he has are reduced by half. So his roll, dodge, parry, and strike are all reduced by half. This is called the setup for the next round, since he will then automatically go last, and then we all jump him.
Yes.
The set and the spike.
Because he loses an action from this, right?
He loses initiative automatically.
Oh, does he also lose an action from being bound up?
No, he does not lose an action from being bound up.
Technically he does, but it's from escaping or something, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Correct. He has to spend a full action to escape, yeah.
All right. This marks the end of... I think that was a tactical play. This marks the end of the battle round number 1, I believe. And so, almost in response to what is clearly now the last straw, at the start of battle round 2, the eclipse enters full umbra, and it is now essentially pitch black over the arena.
Oh boy.
The religious drummers, the pyramid, and the huge holy symbol are revealed to have been covered in symbolic glow-in-the-dark arcane sigils and body paint, becoming blurs of movement. And this technically counts as an eclipse, so you get 240 free PPE to draw from per melee round.
Ooh.
Nothing immediately happens. All right, roll Nev.
Okay.
And he will be going at initiative 1.
Don't have a spellcaster anymore. Darn it. Is there a supernatural evil in the area?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. The bonus is back, baby.
I mean, you're living in it. This is not a good thing.
I figured. All right, cool. I am on a 24.
All right. 24. What about Jukes?
I'm on a 9.
All right. What about CJ?
20. Big funny.
All right. Vince, why don't you do the honors?
Sure. Okay. Sounds good. How far am I away from the weird doll in the bucket of blood?
I believe you were on top of the pyramid last I heard.
Yeah.
And so you're in close range to it.
Okay.
10, 20 feet, something like that.
Cool. Well, I had moved a little bit to shoot him, but it doesn't matter either way. I go back.
Yeah.
I've got that
Well
distance, so I
within
can
the
just back it up.
distances, yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. So, great. Is it like in the how much liquid is this in? Is it like I said, it's a half moon thing? Is it like the size of an Olympic pool half moon thing, or a brazier size
No,
thing?
it's the size of a wok.
Oh, okay, the size of a walk.
It's
Very
a
good. All right,
normal
excellent.
sized Kachina doll
Okay.
that is half. That is like, you know, the bottom half is blood and the top half is air, kind of.
Yeah. Well,
floating there
understanding I
beating.
don't know anything about magic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My first action, okay, attempt will be I will go over, I will pick the doll up out of the thing and shoot it.
Okay.
Seems like a reasonable way to start.
That's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
It's fine.
You touch it and make a save against magic.
Happy to.
This would be a ritual.
Okay, sounds good. The save roll was a natural 20.
Oh, huge.
And I
okay.
have a lot of bonus.
Big.
All right. You are fine.
And just in case, by the way, it should ever become relevant in a situation like this, because it feels like we're on the border of it, I am immune to any form of possession.
Right.
Okay.
It's going to be talking in your mind, but it can't do anything about it.
Sounds good.
It can't possess you specifically.
Yes. So now I will shoot said doll.
Yeah, and you do.
What happened?
Oh, just roll damage and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool,
Yeah, yeah.
cool. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, yes, I didn't know if it would like have damage. That's fine. Let's do it. Shoot the doll. 60 mega damage, my friend.
Okay.
Ooh.
When you shoot the doll, like it doesn't really do anything, but it doesn't do nothing, I guess, is the way I'll describe it. You're using
Sounds
plasma,
good.
right?
I am, yes. That's a plasma gun. I just shot.
Oh,
That's
okay.
correct.
Yeah, I shouldn't add your roll then. Yeah, it does nothing.
Hmm.
No fire, no
Cool.
heat.
Okay. Got it. Good.
And it
That's my
says
action I have completed.
it says something in your head,
Okay.
and it's this like
Sounds good.
loud, deep, rumbling, like whispery voice. And it says, I like what you've done here, but don't touch me yet. You still have one more to go.
Good to know. Okay, cool. I hear, and I my response to that is to shout out, "Don't kill the mega juicer." Sorry, let me say it in character.
Yeah.
Let's not kill that mega juicer yet. Let's just leave him alone for a minute. Just try to, just let him be. All right, done. My turn is complete.
Jupes. No, sorry, CJ. Pardon me.
All right, so I hear what I consider to be a very outrageous request, which is to not kill the mountain of meat that has been haranguing me.
Right, and right now he is bound.
Right now
And
he is
you
bound.
can see that Farzan is at least holding something on top of the pyramid Wait, do you have super eagle vision because of the spell?
I have super sight.
Yeah.
Perfect vision.
So he's holding this.
Ooh.
Neat.
If I'm able to see it with my perfect sight, can I? There's clearly something going on. Can I attempt a perhaps lore magic check?
You don't say.
Yeah, this is like a detection skill basically. So yeah, just roll it, and it's like a free thing.
Okay. 40 out of 67.
Sure. This is a Kachina doll. Some of them are good, some of them are not good. They're typically possessed by some supernatural element. Some of them are supernatural evil, some of them are good. Perhaps an alien intelligence for different ones. If you were looking for a Kachina doll from your mission, this one is probably the one that they were talking about. And
not the one with the
not the VTuber Henya doll for a child.
Well, we should hang on to both just in case. Okay. Right. Don't my comrade, who I trust with my life,
Yes,
has told me not to kill this guy, and so I will choose to not. And instead, I'm going to cast a carpet of adhesion on. So he's been boled. Is he laying down?
No, he's standing straight up.
Oh, he's standing straight up
with the bola. Yeah, he's like.
It doesn't knock him over. Yeah.
Okay, this is more difficult than I thought.
Well, he is half on all of his combat checks right now, so
yeah,
that's good.
That's true. Well, I guess if he blasts, he blasts, but I'm going to cast Carpet of Adhesion on the ground around him.
Sure, it works.
He's standing on.
Technically, there's a save, but it doesn't matter. He is stuck.
Perfect. And then, since there is something magic going on, and it's clearly over there, I'm going to use my 78 feet, I believe. 78.75 feet of movement to go beeline right towards.
That seems like a lot. Is that how much you get per melee action?
That's per action, yes.
Oh, yeah, because you have 4 actions. That's why it's so high. Yeah, because the goofy way you split it, yeah.
It makes
for
the math
ease of
funny.
Use. All right. Yeah, you run over there.
I'm going to move towards Farzam.
How does one break out of this stuff? Oh, wait, no, Jupes is next.
Mm-hmm.
That's me.
Yeah. Next is you.
Okay. Is speaking an action, or is that a kind of like a
basically
free
unless it's like too much.
Okay. If it wants us to kill him, and we've got the doll, can we retreat?
Sure. Right now it's kind of connected to like a million IVs and stuff. You could like tear them out.
Yeah. I don't know if that's going to kill these people, but I don't know that we necessarily care about that shit. Is there any like hold action in Rifts?
No.
No.
There just aren't any rules like that. Yeah. The whole like wait for a condition. If you just wait, then you just lose stuff. I'll tell you one thing though.
Remain in the air.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, yeah. You're going to remain in the air then.
Yeah, I'm going to remain in the air and kind of get closer to where the other two are, but still kind of have myself in between Kodiak and the party.
Okay.
But I'm not going to open fire on him.
What do I need to do to break out of this now?
Okay, so for my thing, for the bullets, it's just an action. He spends an action. He's strong enough. He can just snap the bands. Bop. He's out.
Okay.
So that's all there. With the carpet of adhesion, it's a successful. It's a save versus magic to see whether or not he's adhered, and then if he is, he's stuck for the duration. But
well, no, you're stuck on a pass. It's just for a duration, and then if you fail, you're stuck for like a longer duration.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Carpet of Adhesion is legendarily one of the most... It's like one of the
so
quintessential RIFTS spells where if you pass the save, you're still screwed.
Yeah, it goes from like 2d6 rounds to 10 or 2.5
like
minutes
10
or something
minutes or
per
something,
level.
Yeah.
That's
so I didn't even roll, and I pretended he just passed to save time, and he's stuck there for as long as it matters.
Right.
And
but yeah, it's just an action for him to bust out of the bands.
Yeah. So he's going to do that.
Snap.
He's going to bust out of the bands and like rotate his body, and at this point he kind of like sees what is happening here and everything. And also after, because that takes his action, so he's like done, right?
Right.
The next up in initiative would be Vince.
Okay.
However, a thing happens at this exact moment.
Sure.
Remember that eclipse?
Mm-hmm. I heard of it.
It counts as a minor planetary alignment now, and so you're up to 440 PPE to freely draw from if you wish.
Oh my!
And just a twinkling blue star appears in the sky. It's hazy. I simply have to get a drink. If that's
no
okay.
worries.
You go right ahead.
I don't go too late, but I think we'll be able to just wrap it up. I think we'll have time. I don't know how late people are trying to stay up or how long things are going, but within the hour, I think we should have this wrapped up, if that's okay. If there's less, I'll deal with it. Anyway, BRB real quick.
Let's go.
All right, apologies. How's the schedule looking like for the 9th? I know, Jupes, you got a work day tomorrow. If everyone's back.
I'm fine.
Okay. It's not terrifically much longer, but I would like to end on a clear end point, which we're approaching.
I can stick it out.
Oh, well then. All right, you guys have resisted a meaningful temptation, as per role-playing 150. It would have been so easy just to kill this guy and do what the doll wanted.
Hey, yo, fuck that doll.
Right.
Oh, you got some spirit in ya. You hear now to everyone, and not just Farzan. Ahem.
Okay, still holding the doll.
Yeah.
So I will say over the radio to both of them, because I assume Orpheus, you're still wearing a radio, so we can all talk.
Mm-hmm.
So do we feel like I should cut this thing loose, or it's still connected? I can't shoot it with any of my guns, so am I cutting it?
Could I try a lore, I'm assuming magic, but lore of some sort to see? I'm worried if we cut it without kind of neutralizing the problem, it's still hooked up to a bunch of people, and
yeah, it is.
If it kills them, like, I don't think we're bad enough dudes to just kill 100 people.
At least it is 999, but
okay,
fair enough.
Orpheus doesn't want to kill 999 people if they don't have to be killed to stop some evil doll.
Yeah.
So I will.
I think this is a quick thinking idea.
Oh, okay.
Because you're going to find out something that you really wanted to find out with this roll.
Oh, well, I got a 33 out of 67.
Okay. So as the dimensional shifter wizard, you kind of think about what this whole place is. It's a giant coliseum, big old holy symbol, literally a ritual, connected. Everybody all is connected into this thing. There's a rift open right behind you. You kind of look at all of the different IVs and everything. They all go from the Kachina doll to all the people, but then also they string from one person to another, right? And they all, now that you've turned around and looked, they all go to the rift.
Oh.
So if you cut it, it's possible the rift might close.
That's not great.
Well, maybe it's great, maybe it's not. Give me a lore dimensions.
I can give you a lore dimensions. 14 out of 77.
Okay. If the source of power for Rift is closed, how long do you have to run through it, you know? Is essentially like your obvious next thought.
Yeah.
And game-wise, instantly. Cinematic-wise,
Okay. I would relay all of this information that this doll and the people are hooked up to the rift, and so if we cut it, it's most likely closes instantly for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, it's the the bomb with dynamite around it. It's 3 seconds. They cut back 10 real life seconds later. It's 2 seconds.
Mhm.
Oh, but the specific question you were wondering, the people will not die. This is a ritual.
The people will not
when you
die.
if you unplug them, they're just out of the participation of it.
Are they from here, or
Yeah, they're from
did
this
they get
world.
brought here? Oh, okay. Well,
They are
then,
natives to this world. And this is a strange world indeed.
then I think it's safe to cut so we can get out of here with the package in tow.
As
All
he relays this information, you see the like blue afterburners start to kick in.
Already ready to get out of here.
So, where
I hate
are you, Orpheus, compared to me? Like, he's in a line. He moved toward me, right?
Yeah, I've been just trying to beeline right to where you are.
Okay, fair enough. Simple answer. I will. Is there anything like right next to me of the dead sorceress lady?
You mean any pieces of her or something? I mean, she was just stabbed
Yeah.
to be killed, so yeah, her corpse is there.
Like, does she have any identifying iconography or anything? It doesn't matter. I'm strong enough. It's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can collect whatever proof you wish. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to make sure that, because we're gonna leave her corpse on an alien world.
Yeah.
I can just pick up her body with my extra hand. So
Yeah.
I got plenty of them. Okay, so here's what I want to do. So my actual action this turn will be, or what I'll be doing is pick her up with my offhand, and I'm gonna move away down the pyramid towards Orpheus at my maximum speed. Okay. At whatever point the little tubes hit their breaking point, I cut them with my katana.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, assuming that it actually cuts, like, I'm gonna hope that works.
Right.
I am then gonna basically continue moving, and I'll grab Orpheus with my other hand, my other extra hand. Okay.
You have
If I
4
just
hands.
screw
I
up.
should be clear.
I have 4
to
hands.
chat.
Yes, exactly. So dead body in one, Orpheus in the other, and then finish my movement since I'm faster than him.
Yeah, and
right?
then
can get us out
just all ready for like a one of those like train hitcher hook guys, you know, for the afterburner to pick up both and
Exactly.
rocket through the portal at 400 miles an hour.
Exactly correct. I end running with like
Correct.
both hands up in the air, the top 2 arms up in the air, so that Seven can
Correct.
grab me and rocket us through.
Mhm.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's the basic plan I'm trying to execute here. So
Sure.
that's what I'd like to do.
So that blue star that's in the sky is getting closer and closer. And the blue star is in the center of the umbra of the eclipse of the, you know, everything's lining up, right? And the heart beats one final time before all 999 arteries are severed. And they do, and they're just SDC IVs, normal, just cut straight. The portal snaps with an extremely loud echoing pop, and the rift energy begins to essentially, like a ripple, you know, close from each edge down to the center, and we enter a little cinematic moment. The afterburners kick in, maximum speed attained, pick them up along the way, right past the juicer guy, you know, straight past him.
Hate to be that guy.
Your entire view screen is just covered because it has been raining blood this whole time from the clouds. And you manage to make it perfectly through the rift at the last moment before the rift closes forever. And you like slide and screech, you know, along the ground with little pylons and stuff from your feet, creating like a 30-foot long trail of like 2 feet, you know, digging ruts in the ground, and there's a little pause for a moment, and then those start on fire.
Yeah.
And then at that last moment, all of the like pent up giga steam and everything comes out of the robot suit, and we're out.
Well, I have to say that was pretty efficient. This thing keeps talking, by the way. I'm not sure. It's definitely magical. I don't know if I would touch it, but yeah, I don't know if you want to examine it there, Orpheus.
Orpheus, can you put it in like a box or a bag?
I mean, I have a. Just let me take a look at it.
I'm
I
going to.
I don't know if
I'm
I
going
don't
to
know if it'll
interrupt you
help.
here. I'm going to interrupt you here for a moment, because this is a double, right?
Oh.
You screech to a halt outside of the rift, victorious, and you're just about to say or do whatever the first thing you were about to say or do is. This thing keeps talking to us. I'm a genius. We won, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
That blue star in the sky. Apparently you were seeing that through the veil between worlds. It was in both places. There is a violent magical explosion, like just over your heads, like immediate second you get out, as a satellite crashes into one of the wall, like basically right on top of you, in the walls of the canyon. It crumples in half as it hits part of the desert ground on the wall of the thing, and there's like a sheer black and white blinding explosive light, a nuclear explosion. You are showered by collapsing magical rift energy mixed with TW nuclear X-rays from the blast. Everything goes white for a moment. And then you wake up nauseous, which is probably a bad sign considering the radiation.
Yeah.
A mile in every direction is just like pulverized. The sands of the desert have melted into irradiated glass. This was a true nuclear explosion. A sharp circle forms a ring around you and the satellite, where the glass begins, but the eye of the tornado, so to speak, is normal. There are 2 dolls before you on the ground. The other one wasn't here, but it is here now. It is the HeyWoah doll, and it has lost all pigment. It's pure white. And the blood Kachina doll, which you did get and you might not have gotten, is here as well, and it is pure black, as if covered in soot. They kind of say as one, we kind of like you. I think we'll keep you around. Stay safe. And you are next to the, essentially, ruins of a crashed satellite from the opening cutscene.
okay.
It looks like this.
Oh.
Except instead of a telescope, it just has a huge gun, because that's the stats of the thing. Oh, for reference, your Mountaineer ATV is not exploded because it was at the bottom of the canyon movie magic, and also the HeyWoah doll saved it. I'm not about to destroy your expensive ride during an uncontrollable cutscene. You lose your stuff if you make mistakes, not, you know.
The first thing I was going to say is we should probably check on Bianca and Montgomery and make sure they're all right. Are the dolls still there?
They are
or did
still
they, like,
there.
Leave?
They are
Did
both.
They
are both still there, and they're right next to each other.
Are they on the ground or are they like floating?
No, they're just on the ground looking straight up.
Okay.
Well,
I hate this place.
I'm not
I will-
so comfortable with this.
Does either of them? Does the black one have a supernatural evil aura? Do either of them have a supernatural evil aura?
The black one has a supernatural evil aura. The white one does not.
Okay. But they both talked.
Yeah. They both definitely talked.
All right. Well, this is definitely an unexpected situation that has arisen. Anybody know what this thing is?
I assume you point at the satellite.
Sorry, I pointed the satellite. Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Is that something that we could know? Like, is that something that is normal knowledge that there's satellites that are guns, or perhaps
probably not? But give me a, you know what? Give me a history post-apocalypse anyway. It's not like a complete secret or anything. It's just very rare for anyone to have really interacted with something like this.
All right,
maybe everybody, who knows.
97 out of 62.
Yeah, okay, so no dice.
Not so much.
How big is this thing actually? Like scale wise, what are we talking about?
I
here?
tried to look it up, but they didn't have true stats on it, unfortunately. I'm gonna say 50.
I assume it's like big.
Yeah, it's like 50. It's like 50 feet long plus, broken in 2 giant chunks. Weighs like 10 or 20 tons or something like that.
Okay, so we could theoretically come in here and haul this thing, right? If we wanted to.
Well, it won't fit. It won't fit inside the Mountaineer, but you have the towing capacity.
Yeah, we just have to find a way to actually
getting a platform or a thing
under it. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So it's within our weight capacity. We still have to find some way to actually transport the darn thing.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you have like a big magical tensors floating disc or something, do you?
No. I do not have the capacity to levitate an entire space station. But no, it's a legitimate question. I could have. I opted for other utility.
This might be one of those times where the wizard scrolls through all of his spells in a tizzy, okay, is there anything, what does this thing do again?
I'm fast forwarding through the Walkman.
Do you know any wizards who do?
We should describe the satellite a little bit. Okay, it looks like this. Obviously, it's broken into 2 huge chunks. There is, I got a little thing here. It is not nearly as destroyed as you would think after having such a big explosion like that. This is a TW satellite. It's not just a satellite; it's a TW satellite. It's one of those, the ones in the history of Rifts Earth, that were erected in the Golden Age to protect and shoot down anything trying to get in or out. Which it does pretty well, as a matter of fact, even today. There's There's a golden plaque bolted to the side of it with an American flag, which you wouldn't recognize, a NASA logo, which you probably wouldn't recognize, and a NEMA logo, which maybe you would, which is Northern Eagle Military Authority. Under those logos on the plaque is a big quote with sharp black lettering in Old American that reads ahem. Congress hereby declares that it is the policy of the United States that activities in space shall be devoted to peaceful purposes for the benefit of all mankind. And with this satellite network, that peace shall be protected by force. Through our leadership, we will inspire by the power of our example, or face an example of our power. And at the bottom, signed President George W. Nixon, 2175 GA. That entire plaque has something of a button latch on it at the bottom. And also there's a bunch of open machinery and just all sorts of shit that you could look around here as well. What were you going to say?
I was going to say something in character, so I was waiting until you're done.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So.
It essentially, the plaque gives you the context clues required to realize what the satellite is.
Gotcha. All right. Well, so the way I see it here, we got two situations. We certainly accomplished what we were after, far as the mercenaries go. Damage Incorporated, I would say, is officially no more. But we got these two now. I'm not sure what to do here. Frankly, Orpheus, I think this is probably your area, and I don't know. It's outside of my expertise, so I'm going to leave it to you to deal with what you want to do with these two particular friends of ours that we've made.
I can I can look into it.
All right.
As for myself, I think I can investigate certainly. And Seven, I'm sure if you want to help, your skills may be of unique advantage here. But that thing looks like some kind of piece of technology. Techno wizard or not, there's still some kind of technology there. So perhaps we could understand exactly what's going on with it. So,
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to take a look. My concern is, this was probably visible from a wide range. I'm worried that Coalition will be here sooner rather than later.
Possible. Clear explosion of this size could draw some attention, though I don't know if people necessarily come running toward a mushroom cloud.
Yeah, both of these concerns
That's fair.
are legitimate.
I suppose
Actual
it's probably
nuclear.
worth taking
Is
a few
there
minutes.
any way I could... Is there any way I could interface with the satellite
Yes.
mentally and pull? You know, I don't assume. Well, it might have targeting cameras. I mean, it is an automated satellite.
So
I guess I want to pull any data from it.
yeah, there is a button latch at the bottom of the plaque. It's kind of on a swivel, right? And so you tool around with it a little bit, and it spins open to reveal a console, complete with CRT screen, 80s keyboard, a roller ball, square instead of a mouse, a power button, and a turbo button.
Perfect.
You press the power
Turbo.
button. Unfortunately, right now it doesn't have power. But you could, I mean, you could jury rig something up fairly quickly, even.
Yeah.
While CJ is
Well, I do have.
working elsewhere.
Yeah, I'll jury rig it to the core of the suit using the tether that my gun plugs into.
Yeah, and you already do that with Eclipse as well. I think this is electrical engineering. There might be a different one, but you have like all of the skills to do stuff like this.
And like I can back you up. I don't know if it matters at all for you, HeyWoah, but like I also have I mean, I'm sure I don't have the skill with it that he does, but I also have electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, all that kind of stuff.
This will
So,
essentially
I mean,
just
like,
give him. This will essentially just like reduce any penalties that they might be, or it just adds to the
I will
percent.
basically second fiddle for him and try to help him out any way I can.
Sounds good.
I got a 41, and my electrical engineer is 62.
Okay. Yeah, this is what do you call it? Kind of unfamiliar tech, but it works, and with the help, it works. And you press the power button, and it boots up into Windows Vista. Well, it's from the past. It's from the golden age, right?
The golden age.
The golden age of Windows. So, are you computer operating, or are you merging with machine?
Since time is of the essence, I'm gonna merge with machine.
Sure.
I think.
Okay, now in which case the other two party members can see what's happening on the screen. You're just kind of walking around in it is the difference.
Yeah, my eyes like are all, well, they can't see my eyes because it's covered
Sure.
in a helmet, but
So the desktop has my
it just
computer.
goes still.
The desktop has my computer, Sat Sensory, Weapon Sys, Solar X, PowerMon, SatLink, Ski Free, and Recycle Bin with paper. And since you're just looking around physically walking through this, I'm just going to tell you everything in here because you're just seeing it, right? My computer has a C drive. That's it. No other drives. Nothing really noteworthy here. If you go to properties, the computer name is USKS989. And it has like crazy stats, and I'm not going to invent them. The Sat Sensory program, try to run it. It seems like some sort of sensory and detection system. Error code 2013, lost connection. Just says weapon system is the TW X-ray weapon controller. It's offline. Solar X is the TW solar sail PPE regenerator. This thing once had two big solar sails on the sides, have been crumpled and destroyed in the explosion. But it essentially converts solar energy into PPE. It is offline because it's destroyed. SatLink is a TRIA system and Ka band spot beams for satellites to communicate with each other in the network. But the last time any signal was sent from one satellite to another, according to this sheet, was 2190 GA. So it hasn't been used in forever. At least to send signals. Ski Free, watch out for the abominable snow monster. PowerMon. And then PowerMon, which is TW Meduranium, nuclear reactor monitor and control. It's how it gets its power. And it says operational, which is weird because the thing blew up. Oh, and there is a recycle bin with paper inside.
Yeah, what's up with the recycling bin?
The recycle bin has one file in it. And it contains a file called helpme.bat. Just an innocent little file.
So I'm inside of the thing. I want to do whatever the equivalent of being in the Matrix and right-clicking and opening it in Notepad is, so that I can inspect the script instead of running it.
All right. So you look in it, right? And I actually wrote out everything this thing does, just in case this happened.
This exact situation. Perfect.
So what happens is, you look at this whole, like, you're like physically in a computer, you're Matrix seeing this, right? And so you just like know what this thing does. It would be impossible otherwise. This is a worm. And what it does is, it makes a binary link file that pretends to be a control panel link, which in Vista has dynamic icons. And so to get that icon, shell does load library.
Right.
And executes DL main, which gets code execution, current user context. Then it creates a task, which makes an XML file, it checksums it, and saves the hash. And since in Vista it's only CMC32, it edits the task and changes principal executive to local system, and it just keeps padding it and hashing it until it succeeds. And then it runs it.
Right.
And then local system is the highest perm.
Okay.
So it's like root. And as you're scrolling through this, it's like really fascinating. And you're like, oh, cool. Look at this. This is so... But it doesn't do anything. It just sits there. So it like infects a system perfectly, and then it just sits there.
Interesting. this might be too specific, but does it open and or listen on any particular ports?
Yes. And so this is a keen insight, observation, or deduction. As you're, I don't want to like over describe, but you're like completely in the matrix looking at the code and kind of having a little boss fight about hiding what information you're seeing between it.
Sure.
So it waits until it's connected to a very specific type of controller. And then it essentially takes over like a gray box controller. And hijacks the...
Mm-hmm.
And since that thing isn't really... I mean, it's not even a computer, so it just doesn't have any protection. And
Right.
it acts as a man in the middle. It says that all systems are go, and it slowly feeds it instructions for all systems not to be go. But it tricks the automated safety systems and even people who are looking at it to think that everything's fine as it ramps its way up into nuclear meltdown, which is what caused the satellite to crash.
Okay. Two things. I want to create a copy of the file so that I can investigate it more like at a later date.
Mhm.
Obviously, I'm not running it, so it is a batch file. Without running it, it's fine.
Yeah.
Second, I want to look at the creation date on the file. Like, I want to find out how long ago it was made or put on this system.
That would be 3 weeks ago for put onto this system.
Okay. That's the more important of the two that I wanted. Okay. I'm gonna disconnect. I don't want to run the risk of powering up or powering down anything. I want to be kind of as velvet glove about this as possible, because this is an incredibly dangerous piece of technology. I do, if possible, I want to not only create a copy of the file, but if I can create a copy of the drives, that would be great. If that's something that's a little bit too far out of reach, that's also fine.
Let's see. Can it in Rift's Earth? Can you just take hard drive images with a personal computer? Probably. You know, with a computer in a suit of armor, no. But like, yeah, maybe if you're like a computer operator, hacker guy, yeah, I think so.
And yeah, I would safely store the information that I exfilled, and I would relay this information to my two party members who have just kind of been watching me stand stark still in a suit of armor for the past 20 minutes.
Well, that's great, because I can role play exactly what will happen when you relay that. And I think, I am so glad you're the expert on that. I didn't understand a single word you just said.
Finding for sure.
Well, that's why you keep me around.
These two dolls.
Yeah, that whole time you could have been investigating the dolls.
Yeah.
Or talking to them or something. I don't know.
He was, yeah. That was.
Yeah.
I think I even mentioned it, where
Yep.
CJ's looking at those dolls and doing stuff, and then this is happening. So now we're gonna move over to CJ.
These are two dolls.
You got these two Kachina dolls.
Okay.
And in very unconfusing ways. there's a good one that's pure, cleanest white, and there's a bad one that's Tolkienian ring wraith black, right?
Well, there's an evil one, and they both seemingly protected us from a nuclear explosion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it, but how does the Sea Aura psionic sensitive power work?
It's mostly for. Oh, I think it might work for Kachinas because they're technically possessing entities, and Sea Aura will show possessing entities. I'm pretty confident. I could look it up, but I'm pretty sure they do.
I was
I'm
not
flipping over to it right now.
appreciate it because my magic eye tattoo does give me the effects of Sea Aura.
Sea Aura. Okay. Mind block hides it or stops it, but other things, organic and inorganic, have an aura. Estimate the general level of experience, low, medium, high. High is 8th and up. The presence of magic, no
High.
indication of what type or power level.
Magic, yes.
The presence of psychic abilities, again, though not the type or power level.
Yes.
High or low base PPE.
High.
The presence of a possessing entity.
Yes.
And the presence of an unusual human aberration and or indicates a serious illness, insanity, or that the individual is not human, could be mutant or supernatural, but does not specify which.
It is not human. It is supernatural. It's of sound body and mind, though. It's not insane.
There you go. That is the list of things that Sea Aura gives you.
Thank you. This is difficult.
Oh, well, actually, as you look at it, it's one aura. Like, there's two things, and you heard two voices, but it's essentially one aura. Especially now that they're next to each other.
How close are they? Like when we kind of found them? They
3
touching?
3 feet, maybe.
I want to move them 2 feet apart.
Okay. So you're moving them closer, in other words?
Yeah.
Okay. That feels... yeah, the aura gets stronger when you do that.
Mm-hmm. Can I make a lore magic check, or maybe a lore, perhaps, knowing that it's supernatural, maybe magic creatures lore, or something? Just is there any sort of supernatural entity that I could be aware of that could divide itself into two separate vessels?
You know, a bunch of supernatural alien intelligences do a lot of weird stuff. It's probably not, like, terrifically helpful.
Yeah.
Mostly it's just like, yeah, that shit's crazy. Sometimes it does that.
Shit's whack, yo. Okay. There is exactly one thing I can want to try and do, and it will 100% make the situation worse, so I don't think I want to do it.
Okay.
There's magic. Sense. So these are definitely possessed dolls. There's not some kind of magic, or could I do a check or something to see if there's some kind of, like, they are voluntarily possessed, not like sealed in these dolls.
Oh, you mean like trapped versus possessed or something like that?
Yeah. Like, is there some way to check on that specific distinction?
Maybe. That doesn't seem likely here.
Okay.
Just a lot of question marks on this one.
A lot of question marks. I really don't want them to touch. That is just one thing I definitely don't want to happen. Can I move them 4 feet away from each other just to validate
The aura goes down.
Okay.
You're like live updating the aura. It's getting weaker.
Simply don't have the expertise, I think, to completely solve this problem. Most magic. That definitely doesn't work. Oh. Okay, I think I've concluded my study.
All right.
And
what will you do?
Well, in my mind, the question is, do we perform an exorcism or not? And I don't think right now is the best time or place to perform an exorcism.
Probably true.
And they don't seem to be, maybe not capable, but currently exerting the capacity to move on their own.
No. In fact, they're not doing anything like that, and they aren't saying anything either, which is just maybe the one strange thing. Not moving, not saying anything, nothing.
Okay. I'm
the auras even are weakening a little bit.
Just over time?
Yeah. Before your very eyes.
Okay. I'm gonna take... Don't want to leave one anywhere. I'm gonna take the black one and like tie it to my bag or put it in one of my, just in a bag all on its own.
Sure.
I have little sacks, and then I want to take the white one and hand it to Farzan. Say, can you please hold on to this and don't ever let it touch the black one?
Not a problem. Happy to do so.
I'm going to need to, if this becomes a problem, I'm going to have to prepare first.
Well, is there anything else, Seven, anything else you want to do with this here satellite right now?
No, I think I am quite content to leave it well enough alone.
Well, I suppose we got everything we need then, so I guess it's time we get on. Let's head back to the ATV and see if our trader friend is still around.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
In the distance, you can hear, and this is way in the distance, some CS Air Force tornado sirens. So you were quite right that maybe the time is limited here.
The time is definitely time to go.
Also, Jupes.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here.
Give me a perception.
Perception.
Just out of nowhere.
15.
15. 14 is obscure. Okay. Hey, your suit has a file on the desktop.
Uh-huh.
That's strange.
It is.
It's called Help Me.
Son of a bitch.
But it's not a .bat. It just says Help Me.
I will deal with this at the ATV when I am out of the suit.
Yeah, yeah. All right, sounds good.
But noted.
So you sorry, I have to scroll down. You get to the ATV, and first of all, the Bianca would like to look you over because there was a nuclear blast.
Yeah, that seems quite reasonable.
Any of your DB races like just immune to radiation for some reason?
No, I am not immune to radiation.
Unless radiation is vampires, then no.
No, sadly they are nothing alike.
Damn. Then no.
So, Monty and her
Just
are
checking
almost
to
in.
see if
What is it?
I'm just checking to see if the suit gives radiation protection.
Almost certainly some.
Does not.
Like some,
Wasn't
because
there-
it's made out of metal, right? But
Isn't there
Yeah,
a
full
nuclear
environmental
weapon?
suits
Yeah.
do provide some protection against it.
Yeah, some I'll have to look up later.
so she's like, you were exposed to ground zero mega radiation laced with magic. This is very bad. Normally you would just die from this, and there was no cure before whale song magic and supersonics, which I have. So I'm expecting a very large paycheck this week. And the biggest
Well, it
sleeping
seems
quarters.
reasonable.
And the biggest sleeping quarters from now on.
Who
And-
had the biggest?
this
Who's
lady.
losing that out?
Probably Montgomery, because he owns the truck.
Well, then, yeah.
And so he grumbles about it, but agrees. Rather than die of his DNA in cells being unable to replicate and just falling apart and melting for the next 2 weeks. She goes through deaden pain, induced sleep, psychic purification, and touch of health, combined with some medical doctor skill checks. And afterwards, she does a quick see aura to double check if everything's all right. And that's when she notices something. Okay, I've healed you as best I could, and it worked. But your DNA is altered just a little bit.
How so?
I don't know. I've never seen something like this before. I don't know, maybe in comic books. I'm going to look into this. Give me some time, she says. This is totally fascinating. Which is kind of an unnerving way to respond to it, but that's how she does.
Well, I'm glad we're at least interesting to you.
Oh, yes, as patients. Your DNA spells out letters. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Do we have a home base we operate from? Like, do we have a base or something?
Technically,
I
your
don't think
base
it's a
is
Type D.
this vehicle.
I think
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think as a Type D, you don't have
I
an
think
actual
we're-
Yeah, you
base
don't
yet.
you quite have a base yet. No,
Yeah,
it is this.
yeah, that's cool. Well, we should head somewhere close to some civilization where we can send a message back. We do need to confirm back with Jobman that we got this finished up.
And there should be a repeater town a little ways out. And by a little, I mean several, but you can get there for sure. And
We'll
the
also
party.
need to think about exactly what we're reporting on them dolls. I don't know if it's the kind of thing we want to turn back in. Doesn't seem like whatever this is that we found should go back to whatever random rogue scientist. But that being said, it may be worth saying we did recover it. See who comes after it.
Yeah.
Whoever they were and whatever they wanted, probably something interesting at the other end of that thread if we want to pull on it.
I think that's a good lead, because the more we know about these dolls, the sooner we can keep them from becoming a problem, because I am more worried about them becoming a problem than not being a problem.
That seems perfectly reasonable.
Mm-hmm. So you go ahead and head out, driving along in the open road, freshly scrubbed clean of the craziest radiation ever. You got 2 Kachina dolls, the worm. MacGuffin leads on the satellite's Damage Inc. bounty. Who that rogue scientist was. And Jupes keeps annoyingly closing this help me pop-up that keeps... Get this thing out of here. It's so annoying. And also you were a direct... shall we say victim, but not really, of cosmic X-rays. It has changed your DNA slightly, all right? And this is going to manifest in a fun little mini-game way. In Wide Gaming, I'm right now sending a list of words. Okay?
Okay.
For each of your characters, pick 2 words that you feel resonate with that character. At least as far as you understand him after the first adventure, we'll say. Technically you have treasure, but this is the more fun type of treasure. The kind where it's huge tables of crap.
Well, yeah, now you're speaking my language. All right. Do we type our words back to you or save them, or how do you want to do this?
You can say them. Saying them is fine.
Okay.
And I'm hiding the screen so we can have... So these are the... chat doesn't know it because I just typed it to them, but there are a whole bunch of heroic words, right? Retribution, balance, bravery, kindness, compassion, willpower, all this stuff. Just 2 that resonate with your character, who they are, who they were, so on and so forth.
I have my words.
All right, what are they?
I have my words.
I have my words.
Hey, we'll go in order. Vince, what's your first word? Oh, you can say it out
First
loud.
word.
You can say it out
I
loud.
did.
You don't have...
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I did must not pick it up. I'm sorry. Balance is my first word. Balance.
Balance is your first word?
Yes.
All right. Always tries to see the whole picture and all sides of a situation. Believes in fair play, justice, and equality. Those under this +1, you get +1 on perception rolls and +1 to save versus
God.
illusions and mind control.
Okay.
What's the second one?
My second word is going to be integrity.
Integrity. Oh, you are difficult to deceive. If someone tries to lie to you or deceive you, they're at a 50% penalty.
Okay.
Ugh.
Neat.
Just need little throwaway things. They're fun.
Yeah, it's cool.
CJ, what are your 2 words?
I picked enlightenment.
I hope no one picked the same words because anyway, enlightenment. You are +2 to save versus illusions and possession. and attacks by alien intelligences. So that save 2 + 2 to save versus all 3 of those things. Don't feel discouraged. Saves versus possession are very good.
Yep. That is one of my primary concerns at this very second.
Second word.
Second word is mercy.
In his mercy.
In his mercy. Infinite. Divine.
You are +5% on medical and other skills that help or take care of others. And +2 to pull, punch, disarm, and entangle. And I'm gonna throw a funny little metagaming absolute munchkin and be like, hey, skills that help or take care of others. That's a big umbrella.
Yeah.
All right, 7. What are your words?
Bravery.
Bravery. +2 to save versus horror factor. And +1 to save versus psionic attacks.
Excellent.
What's the second word?
Duality.
Duality. You are impervious to the mind control and bite of vampires. +1 to save versus all forms of mind control.
Were you already immune to vampires?
No.
He was actually the only one who wasn't, because true Atlanteans
Yeah, that's what I
are.
was gonna say. Are we all immune to vampires now?
Damn,
yes,
you can
that's
actually
exactly,
walk straight into Mexico with the "I'm on my way to fuck your wife" strut, and the vampires cannot touch this.
I mean, they can still rip you apart because they are supernaturally strong
They
and
for sure
dangerous.
can.
But
Yes.
But
yes.
they don't get their perfect victory, and that's still a W.
Yeah, no turning us, no getting us in the gaze, no bites.
Mhm.
There you go. All right, that's hilarious.
We got the
Also,
perfect team.
you personally have 5% more SDC. For how little that matters, but technically you get that. An entire party of Vampiro Immuno. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't be more immune.
All right, I think you're pretty
Wow.
saddled with little MacGuffins and leads and all sorts of different stuff here. Mission was a success. It simply was. You defeated Damage Inc. in sort of WWE spectacular action-packed fashion. Resisted temptation. Things could have gone south in a lot of different ways. Found a bunch of clues. And got both Kachina dolls, which you could have easily missed the first one, hidden away in the Pueblo gift shop. And you could have also missed the second one if you didn't think to try to take it before the satellite would come crashing down. And you got yourself one of the most powerful, like, worms probably on all of Rift's Earth. Or dangerous, I guess, in a world that just barely has some budding hacker stuff and not even really an internet. This thing's nuts in a way. And so in the future, you got some bounties to collect. You can go anywhere and do anything.
You'll love to see it.
So after the game, just talk amongst yourselves and figure it out. Okay, what are we going to do? Where are we going to go? The super railroading of being in Midgar and fighting the Zolom and everything is over, and now we get to the world map, and the party gets to decide where they're going, what they're doing. The freedom awaits you.
Two quick things.
Mm-hmm.
My first quick thing is, did we get a win for winning that combat? What type of menace did they count as, assuming we didn't get the penalty of too proud to stand down or being foolish or anything?
No, I don't believe it was foolish. I consider one of the most infamous, essentially like psycho murder terrorist guys of maybe a region, you know, of a state or a tri-state area, maybe, who just like kill their way one place, kill their way another place, burn down a town, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's probably like, it might actually rise to the level of greater menace, at least for populations and people. It's not directionless though, so there is that. So I'm gonna say it's a medium plus menace, like a 300.
Okay.
It's not like a Zytikic hive is found next to a city and you blow that thing up, but it's kind of a big deal.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing. I'll take it. And then the other thing is, I think that it seems to me that our next step should be going to the relay town and not only turning this in, but basically getting the information on the doll back to the scientists, and then setting up some kind of meet. Now, my expectation would be whatever that is going to have a trap at the other side. But first step in avoiding a trap is to sit right down in it, I suppose. What do you both think about that?
I think that's a great...
I would tend to agree.
I think that's a good next step. I think the only thing better than sitting in a trap is setting a double trap for the trap.
Absolutely. I like the way you think. Seems reasonable to me. Then just so for because obviously I want to make sure you have planning, HeyWoah. I guess that's our next step of what we want to do in the world.
Yeah. Don't feel like, oh God, I gotta think about what I'm gonna do next week in live right now. You can give it a thought or talk to yourself and just tell me later, no big deal. But yeah,
this feels like a fun lead. Let's pull this string. I want to see what comes out the other side.
Yeah,
yeah.
And so we will.
On evil dolls.
Hey, thanks for playing. I hope you liked the first adventure, even if it was kind of railroady.
Oh no, great fun.
It was great. A wonderful introduction to a system that is so much more complicated than. I mean, the only other games I've played are D&D and Pathfinder, and I thought Pathfinder was hard. But this is hard in a good way, satisfying.
We went through one melee round. I mean, there was maybe 2 actions or something in the battle round number 2. Went through one melee round. That's 15 seconds. Rifts fights are really short and really long at the same time.
Yeah. A fight that lasts longer than one round is oh boy, we're in it.
Yeah.
The warlock did more damage to the guy I was fighting than I did.
True. Unfortunately, you chose a save spell against the guy with 30 PE, but
you live and you learn.
You live and you learn, no big deal. Yeah. Oh, hey, you know what? There is a post-credits scene.
Oh, boy.
I hope you don't mind. Because we gotta do these, because it's Metal Gear. Post-credits scene. Ahem. Job, it's Thundercloud. Yeah, I'm okay. But your last chance Wonder Squad wasn't so lucky. I'm sure you saw it on the long-range scan. Damage Inc. detonated a nuclear device. I didn't know they had one either. Dead man's trigger, point blank. Even the town was wiped off the map and it was miles away. Well, your guys were probably winning for it to happen if it makes you feel any better. You know what does for me too? No, I did not meet them. Consolation is I got the samples. You'll have your men on the inside and I'll have my, you know. Oh, not a soul, you know how I do it. Yeah, delivery as per usual. You're welcome. God bless. Oh, ever the romantic, that job. Hello? Speaking. Yes, sir. The plan went off without a hitch. Operation Whale Fall was a success. It went nuclear just as we thought. No, you must have caught wind of some of my counter intel. I assure you my 3 squads are very much alive and well. Lost our transport in an unrelated incident, but that's already being taken care of. Not yet. It'll be another few days before my tin men clean a path, but you'll be pleased to hear we have optics. And it's much more intact than expected. Damn right, it's a big day for humanity. Of course. I will keep you updated. Mr. Prosec. Alright, that's the post-credit scene.
Very nice.
What the fuck?
Damn, this guy is such a lying, what is going on?
I should have done that thing I thought I wanted to do. That rat bastard.
That being said, he kinda made a fool of himself a little bit. Now we get to add another thing to your series of MacGuffins and leads, and that is at the end of all of the other ones. Everybody thinks you're dead. And that
Rumors of our demise are greatly exaggerated, of
Yeah.
course.
What the fuck?
Alright, hey, thanks for watching. Thanks for playing. I appreciate it. TY. And good job. You know, the first time you play a ttrpg that you're unfamiliar with, and 100 people have to watch you, you know, it can be a rough one. And it went slightly long. In the future, so I didn't know how long this was going to end up being. Now I can properly gauge that moving forward for people with sleep schedules and jobs and stuff. Apologies. So, moving forward every other week. If you'd like to continue, if you guys would like to keep watching and chat, thanks a lot. And good work, team. It was essentially only successes. There wasn't any huge, like, ooh, failed at this, failed at that.
Yeah, we didn't blow anything up real bad. It was
Yeah.
good.
I mean, things blew up real bad, but it was mostly on purpose or during unskippable cutscenes, the fucking things.
The things we wanted to blow up.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's fine.
Anyway, I'm going to spend right now thanking everyone who donated and subscribed and gave bits and subs and things on YouTube, because I said in this post up here, alerts will be muted but visible, but I will thank everyone at the end. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And if you guys want to stick around for after the show, I'm just thanking everyone and then we're out. But if you got to go, you got to go. Thanks for being here.
Happy to be here.
Of course.
All right, chat. Hey, thanks for watching. Sorry I wasn't thanking everyone along for the ride. Thanks for the 200 bits, Jacoby. And I'm going to bring this thing up on my screen. Ahem. Pigeon Scruff, once again, thanks for the rating party of 17. Rock Eblob, thanks for the 69 bits. SG Arcade, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Shadery TV, again, for the 55. Raiders, Big Raider. Pixel G for the 6 months. It's me, Jupes, for 31 months. Miyabi for 9 months. Big Rift Action, People 3004 for the 34 months. Sirvidami, thanks for the 5 gifters. Very generous of you. 2 days ago or something like that. I really appreciate it. Hey, all right. Thanks a lot. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And, hey, I'll see you tomorrow for an Age of Sigmar stream.